Shadows of Athens, Why Plato Distrusted Reality, Youth, Loss, and the Collapse of Faith. Plato was born into a privileged Athenian family around 428 BCE, at a time when Athens still believed it was the center of reason, culture, and democracy. As a young man, Plato was expected to enter public life. Politics was not just an option, it was a duty. Yet very early, something began to fracture his trust in the world as it appeared. That fracture widened when his teacher, Socrates, was put on trial and executed by the Athenian state. Socrates was accused of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods. But beneath the formal charges was a deeper truth. Democracy, driven by fear, pride, and popular emotion, had chosen to silence a man who questioned too deeply. Plato watched the city vote to kill the wisest man he had ever known. From that moment, reality, as shaped by crowds, opinions, and appearances, lost its credibility. If a society could calmly condemn truth to death, then perhaps truth did not live where most people were looking. Plato did not simply lose a teacher. He lost faith in democracy, guided by emotion, in public opinion, shaped by rhetoric, and in the surface-level judgments of everyday life. Reality, he began to suspect, was not only unreliable, but dangerous. The world of ideas. Why Plato trusted ideas more than people. After Socrates' death, Plato turned inward. He asked a question that would define Western philosophy. What is truly real? People change, emotions shift, governments rise and fall, even moral standards seem to bend with time. But Plato noticed something strange. Certain concepts remained stable. Justice, beauty, truth, equality. We may argue about them, but we all seem to recognize them when we see them. From this observation, Plato formed his most famous idea, the world of forms or ideas. According to Plato, the physical world is not reality itself, but a copy, an imperfect shadow of a higher invisible realm where perfect ideas exist. A chair in front of you can break, but the idea of a chair, its essence, does not decay. Plato trusted ideas more than people because ideas do not lie. They do not vote out of fear. They do not execute philosophers. In modern life, this feels quietly familiar. Trends change daily. Social media rewards outrage over reflection. Truth is often replaced by what feels good in the moment. Plato would recognize this instantly. He would say, "We are still confusing noise with knowledge." The cave metaphor. Why those who wake up often walk alone. Plato explained his distrust of reality through a story, the allegory of the cave. Imagine people chained inside a cave, facing a wall. Behind them, objects pass in front of a fire, casting shadows. These shadows are all they have ever known. To them, the shadows are reality. Now imagine one person breaks free, leaves the cave, and sees the real world for the first time: sunlight, color, depth, truth. When he returns to tell the others, they laugh. They do not thank him. They threaten him. Plato's message is simple and unsettling. Most people live among shadows, and those who see clearly often suffer for it. This is why wisdom feels lonely, why thinking deeply can feel isolating, why truth is rarely celebrated in its own time. Plato understood that awakening is not comforting. It is disorienting. And once you see the sun, the cave no longer feels like home. This is why the story is so powerful to hear at night. It does not shout. It does not demand. It simply invites you to notice the shadows, the cost of knowing too much, the quiet loneliness of Plato's life. Plato was not a happy man in the ordinary sense. He never married. He left no famous family behind. He held no lasting political power. His attempts to advise rulers, most notably in Syracuse, ended in failure and disappointment. Wisdom did not reward him with comfort. It cost him belonging. He founded the academy, but even there, he remained distant. Plato was cautious with friendships, skeptical of ambition, and deeply aware of how knowledge separates rather than unites. To see too clearly is to stand apart. Plato paid that price willingly. He understood that intelligence does not guarantee peace. In fact, it often removes illusions that make life easier to endure. Plato did not write to make people happy. He wrote to make them awake. Why Plato still matters tonight. A gentle reflection, not a lesson. Plato does not ask you to reject the world. He asks you to look at it more carefully. In a time overwhelmed by opinions, Plato reminds us that truth is not decided by numbers. In a world addicted to speed, he asks us to slow down. In a culture that confuses visibility with value, he quietly points toward what cannot be seen. Tonight, you do not need to agree with him. You do not need to follow him. You only need to listen. Perhaps reality is not false, but incomplete. Perhaps wisdom is not loud, but patient. And perhaps the most important truths are the ones that arrive softly, just as the world grows quiet. Plato never trusted reality, but he trusted the mind's ability to reach beyond it. And that question, what is truly real, is still waiting for you, even as you fall asleep. Close your eyes now. Let the heaviness of the day drop from your shoulders like a heavy cloak you no longer need to wear. Imagine you are standing on a high hill in Attica, the air cooling as the sun dips below the horizon. The sky is a bruised purple, fading into the deep indigo of coming night. You can smell the dry, ancient scent of rosemary crushed underfoot, the dust of limestone, and the faint, salty tang of the Aegean Sea carried on a gentle breeze. The sounds of the modern world are gone, replaced by the rhythmic chirping of cicadas and the distant bleating of goats being heard at home. Before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Let me know your city and local time in the comments so we can see where everyone is listening from. We begin not with the philosopher, but with the city that made him, and the shadows that lengthened over his cradle. It is the year 428 BCE. Athens is the jewel of the Mediterranean, a city of white stone and loud voices, but it is a jewel beginning to crack. We often imagine ancient Athens as a pristine museum of silence and marble, populated by men in clean robes striking thoughtful poses. But the reality is far more visceral, far more human. The Athens of Plato's birth is a sensory overload. The statues on the Acropolis are not the bare white stone we see in museums today. They are painted in gaudy, vibrant colors, crimson lips, golden hair, eyes of lapis lazuli that seem to watch you as you walk. The streets below are narrow, winding, and chaotic, smelling of garlic, unwashed bodies, and the heavy incense of burnt offerings. It is a city that lives entirely in the present moment, obsessed with the next speech, the next play, the next battle. And there are many battles. For young Aristocles, the boy who will later be known as Plato, life begins in the shadow of the long walls that connect the city to the sea. He is born into a world at war. The great conflict with Sparta, the Peloponnesian War, has already been grinding on for 3 years. It is a war that will define his generation, a constant, low-level anxiety that hums in the background of every conversation. The golden age of Pericles is ending, not with a bang, but with a fever. Just a year or two before Plato's birth, a terrifying plague swept through the crowded city, killing thousands, including Pericles himself. The Athens that Plato opens his infant eyes to is a survivor, scarred, grieving, and increasingly paranoid. Historians still argue whether Plato was actually born in Athens itself or on the nearby island of Aegina, where his father, Ariston, may have held property. It is a detail lost to the quiet erosion of centuries, but it matters little to the boy's destiny. Whether born on the island or the mainland, he enters the world with the weight of history already on his small shoulders. His family is not just wealthy, they are legendary. On his father's side, they claim descent from the ancient kings of Athens, and on his mother's side, from the great lawgiver Solon. Imagine the pressure of such a lineage. It is like being born into a family where your grandfather wrote the Constitution and your great-uncle founded the city. Greatness is not an ambition for him, it is an expectation. He is named Aristocles, after his grandfather, a name that means best reputation. But history, in its playful way, will not remember him by this noble title. It will remember him by a nickname, a simple observation of his physique. Some say Platon refers to the breadth of his forehead, others to the width of his shoulders as he wrestled in the gymnasium. It is a grounding thought that one of the greatest minds in human history is known to us essentially as Proddy, but long before he is a wrestler or a philosopher, he is a child watching the light change on the walls of his family's courtyard. The light in Greece is different. It is harsh, clarifying, exposing every flaw in the stone. Perhaps this is where the distrust begins. Even as a boy, sitting on the cool tiles while the adults argue about the war in the other room, he sees how the shadows shift. A shadow can look like a monster in the evening, and a harmless bush in the morning. If the sun can trick the eye so easily, what else is a lie? The war outside the walls is not just about territory, it is about the soul of the city. Athens prides itself on democracy, on the rule of the people. But the people are angry, tired, and scared. Young Plato watches as the city he is told to love begins to eat itself. He sees the demagogues, speakers who whip the crowds into frenzies, promising victory, while the Spartan army burns the olive groves just a few miles away. He sees the hypocrisy of men who speak of justice in the assembly, and then treat their slaves with cruelty at home. It is a confusing, dissonant world for a sensitive child. The sensory details of his youth are not of peace, but of containment. The city is under siege, quite literally. The population is crammed behind the fortifications, looking out at an enemy they cannot defeat in open battle. The air is thick with the smoke of distant fires. The food is rationed, the mood is brittle. And yet, amidst this tension, there is poetry, there is music. His education begins, as all Athenian aristocratic educations do, with the body and the soul. He learns to wrestle, feeling the grit of the sand against his skin. He learns the lyre, his fingers callousing on the strings as he tries to find the mathematical harmony in the notes. He memorizes Homer, reciting the Iliad until the rhythm of the hexameter beats in his chest like a second heart. But even Homer is a shadow. It is a story of gods who are petty and men who are doomed. Where is the truth? Where is the stability? As the sun sets over the Parthenon, casting long violet shadows across the tile floors of his home, young Aristocles feels a quiet separation growing within him. The world is loud, but he is beginning to listen to the silence underneath it. He is waiting for something, or someone, to make sense of the chaos. He does not know it yet, but the man who will change everything is already walking the streets of Athens. A man with no shoes, bulging eyes, and a voice that cuts through the noise like a knife through linen. But for now, the boy sleeps, and the shadows dance on the wall, pretending to be real. The morning sun in Athens is not gentle. It demands attention, baking the clay tiles of the roofs and heating the sand of the palaestra, the wrestling school, until it feels warm against bare feet. It is here, in the dust and the sweat of the gymnasium, that we find the young aristocrat again. But he is no longer a child watching shadows on the wall. He is a young man, growing rapidly, his frame filling out with the heavy, dense muscle of a natural athlete. The air here smells of crushed thyme, old leather, and the pungent green scent of olive oil, which the young men slather onto their skin before training. It is a slick, slippery world where grip is everything, and where losing your balance means eating the dirt. This is the world of Aristocles, though fewer and fewer people call him that now. In the rough camaraderie of the locker room, or the ancient equivalent, a shaded colonnade where tunics are tossed into piles, a nickname is born that will stick to him for 25 centuries. His wrestling coach, a man who likely values deltoids over dialectics, looks at the boy's expansive chest and wide forehead and barks out the name Platon, the broad one. It is not a name for a delicate scholar. It is a name for a brick wall. It is strange to imagine the father of Western philosophy in a headlock, grinding his opponent's face into the sand. But this is the reality of the Greek ideal. The mind and the body are not enemies yet. They are tuned together like the strings of a lyre. To be a thinker in Athens, you must first learn to stand your ground. Historians still argue quietly amongst themselves whether Plato actually competed in the Isthmian Games, a contest rivaling the Olympics. Some ancient sources claim he did, painting a picture of a philosopher king who could pin you to the mat before dismantling your logic. Others suggest it is merely a legend added later to make him seem superhuman. But whether he won laurels or not, the discipline of the wrestling pit shapes his mind. In wrestling, you must anticipate the hidden move. You must feel the shift in your opponent's weight before he moves. You must understand that what appears to be a retreat is often a trap. It is a physical lesson in skepticism. Do not trust the first movement you see. But Plato's education is not limited to the sandpit. He is a son of the elite, and his days are a rigorous architecture of learning. He studies music, not just to play a tune, but to understand the mathematical intervals that govern harmony. He memorizes the erratic, emotional verses of the poets. In fact, before he ever dreamed of philosophy, young Plato dreamed of the stage. He wrote tragedies. He wrote dithyrambs, wild choral hymns to the god Dionysus. Imagine him in his room, late at night, ink staining his fingers, trying to capture the heartbreak of the human condition in perfect meter. He wants to be the next Aeschylus, the next Sophocles. He wants to make the crowds weep. It is a touching image of youthful vanity, the belief that if you just arrange the words beautifully enough, you can fix the world. There is a myth, told centuries later by writers who loved magic more than facts, that when Plato was an infant, his parents took him to Mount Hymettus to sacrifice to the muses. While the baby slept in a thicket of myrtle, a swarm of bees descended and settled on his lips, leaving behind no sting, only honey. It is a lovely story, meant to explain the sweetness and flow of his later writing. But the teenage Plato does not feel like honey. He feels like fire. He is ambitious, and why shouldn't he be? His family tree is a map of Athenian power. His mother's cousin is Critias, and her brother is Charmides, names that carry immense weight. These men are not just relatives. They are the architects of the city's political future. They are sharp, ruthless, and utterly convinced of their own superiority. We can imagine the dinner parties at Plato's house during these years. The wine is watered down, as is the custom, but the conversation is strong. Critias, brilliant and icy, likely leans across the table, telling the broad-shouldered boy that democracy is a sham, a rule of the mob, a government of the ignorant. Look at the assembly, he might say, gesturing with a piece of bread. They are bakers and tanners, deciding the fate of navies. They know nothing. Young Plato listens. He respects these men. They are his blood. They tell him that the world belongs to the strong, to the best men, the aristos. It is a seductive idea for a young athlete who knows he is stronger and smarter than the average man in the agora. Why shouldn't the best rule? But there is a dissonance humming under his skin, a feeling that something is missing from their confident lectures. The war with Sparta is going badly. The mood in the streets is turning ugly. The best men seem increasingly paranoid, and the mob seems increasingly desperate. Plato is being groomed for a life of speeches and decrees, to stand on the pnyx and sway the thousands. It is the only path that makes sense. It is what broad-shouldered sons of noble families do. Yet he finds himself wandering. He walks the porticos, watching the merchants haggle over fish, watching the slaves hauling water, watching the politicians preening in their expensive cloaks. It all feels like a performance, a play where everyone has forgotten their lines but keeps shouting anyway. He is winning at the game of Athenian life. He is handsome, strong, wealthy, and talented. But the prize feels hollow. He is a wrestler looking for an opponent he can't pin down. He is a poet looking for a rhyme that doesn't exist in the lexicon of his teachers. In this moment of vulnerability, when the wax is soft and ready to be stamped, Plato is dangerously open to influence. He could easily become a tyrant, like his uncle Critias, using his intellect to crush the weak. Or he could become a hedonist, drowning his confusion in the wine cups of the symposia. History balances on a knife edge here. The broad one is poised to become just another powerful, forgotten politician in a dying empire. He needs a shock. He needs something ugly to break the beautiful veneer of his aristocratic life. And the shock is coming. It is waiting for him around a corner in the marketplace, in the form of a man who looks nothing like a hero. A man who owns no property, holds no office, and claims to know absolutely nothing. One day, perhaps while walking home from the gymnasium, his hair still damp, Plato hears a voice rising above the chatter of the fishmongers. It is not a poetic voice. It is teasing, ironic, and relentlessly annoying. It is asking a simple question to a confused general. You say you are courageous, but can you tell me, what is courage? The question hangs in the air, heavier than any discus Plato has ever thrown. The young wrestler stops. He pushes through the crowd. He sees the snub nose, the bulging eyes, the bare feet. And for the first time in his life, Aristocles the Broad stops moving. The physical world, with its sweat and its shadows, suddenly seems a little less solid. The training is over. The real match is about to begin. To find the man who will shatter Plato's world, we must leave the manicured courtyards of the aristocracy and descend into the noise and muck of the agora. This is the marketplace, the beating heart of Athens, a chaotic sprawl of tents, tables, and shouting voices beneath the looming presence of the Acropolis. Here, fishmongers slap wet octopuses onto stone slabs, bankers weigh silver coins with suspicious eyes, and politicians shout over the din to be heard. It is a place of commerce and constant motion, a sensory riot of garlic, sweat, and ambition. And standing right in the middle of it, like a stubborn rock in a rushing river, is a man who seemingly belongs nowhere. He is arguably the ugliest man in Athens. In a culture that worships physical perfection, where a beautiful body is seen as the outer sign of a beautiful soul, Socrates is a walking contradiction. He has a pot belly, a snub nose that turns upward like a pig's, and bulging eyes that seem to swivel independently, taking in everything at once. He walks barefoot, even in the dead of winter when the stones are frosted with ice. He wears the same threadbare cloak day after day, a garment that has likely never seen a fuller's wash. By all the rules of Athenian society, he should be a beggar or an outcast, someone the noble Aristocles would step around to avoid soiling his sandals. But the crowd is not ignoring him. They are gathered around him, tight as a knot, leaning in to hear him speak. And when he speaks, the broad-shouldered boy stops dead in his tracks. Socrates is not giving a speech. He is not waving his arms or using the flowery rhythmic rhetoric that Plato has been studying in school. He is just talking, and he is talking about the most mundane things imaginable: cobblers, horse trainers, pilots of ships. It sounds at first like the rambling of a commoner, but then the trap snaps shut. Plato watches as a wealthy, self-assured general, perhaps trying to hurry past, is gently snagged by one of Socrates' polite, harmless-sounding questions. "Oh, noble general," Socrates might say, his voice scratching with a feigned innocence. "Since you are an expert on war, surely you can tell a simple man like me. What is courage?" The general puffs up his chest. He knows this answer. "Courage is standing your ground in battle and not running away," he declares, looking around for applause. Socrates nods enthusiastically. "Wonderful. A perfect answer. But what if a strategist orders a retreat to lure the enemy into a trap? Is that man cowardly?" The general pauses, his brow furrowing. "Well, no. That is strategy." Socrates scratches his bearded chin. "So courage can involve running away. Then your definition was incomplete?" Step by step, question by question, the general's confidence is peeled away like the skin of an onion, until he is left standing there, red-faced and sputtering, realizing he cannot define the one virtue he claims to possess. The crowd laughs, not a cruel laugh, but the surprised laughter of people seeing a magician pull a tablecloth out from under a feast. For young Plato, this spectacle is intoxicating. It is better than the wrestling matches. It is a wrestling match of the mind. He sees a man with zero political power dismantling the most powerful men in the city, using nothing but words. It is rebellious, it is dangerous, and it is utterly magnetic. Historians still argue intensely over who the real Socrates was. referring to this puzzle as the Socratic problem. Since the barefoot philosopher famously wrote nothing down, believing that writing killed the memory and froze dialogue into a dead silence, we only see him through the eyes of others. To the comic playwright Aristophanes, he was a buffoon floating in a basket, staring at clouds. To the soldier Xenophon, he was a practical, boring moralist. But to Plato, he is a revelation. He is the gadfly, a stinging fly that buzzes around a sluggish horse. Athens, Socrates claims, is the noble but lazy horse, asleep in its own arrogance, and the gods have sent him to sting it awake. It is a humorous image, but it carries a serious weight. The sting hurts. It leaves a mark. And as Plato draws closer to this strange circle, he begins to feel the sting himself. He realizes that his own education, his expensive tutors, his memorized poems, they are all just polished surfaces. He knows how to speak, but he doesn't know what is true. Socrates calls himself a midwife of the soul. He claims he is barren of wisdom himself. He knows nothing, a famous paradox, but he can help others give birth to their own thoughts. But birth is painful. It is messy. Plato watches as young men, arrogant sons of the elite, are reduced to tears or rage by Socratic questioning. It is a kind of intellectual purification. There is a famous story, perhaps a legend, but one that feels emotionally true, that captures this turning point. Plato, the aspiring playwright, is on his way to the theater of Dionysus to submit a tragedy he has written for a competition. It is the culmination of his artistic dreams. But on the way, he stops to listen to Socrates. He listens for a long time. Then, without a word, he turns around, walks to a fire, and throws his scrolls into the flames. "Vulcan, come here," he whispers, invoking the god of fire. "Plato needs you." In that fire, the poet dies, and the philosopher is born. He realizes that a play is just an imitation of an imitation, shadows of emotions projected on a stage. Socrates is offering something harder, colder, but infinitely more real. The relationship that forms between them is not the typical Greek pederasty of an older lover and a younger beloved. It is something stranger. Socrates claims to be an expert in only one thing, erotica, or the art of love, but he means the love of wisdom, philosophia. He seduces the soul, not the body. He is a torpedo fish, the electric ray that numbs anyone who touches it. Plato is numbed, stunned into a new state of awareness. He begins to follow Socrates everywhere, becoming part of a motley entourage of rich kids, foreigners, and eccentrics who trail the barefoot man through the dusty streets. They sit in the shade of the plane trees by the Ilissos River, listening to him dismantle the sophists, the paid teachers who sell wisdom like merchants sell oil. Plato laughs at the jokes, but he also notices the shadows lengthening again. Not everyone finds Socrates funny. The men he humiliates in the marketplace do not forget. The politicians whose incompetence is exposed do not forgive. In a city tense with war and defeat, a man who questions authority is not just a nuisance, he is a threat. Plato, with his aristocrat's eye for power dynamics, sees the danger gathering like a storm front on the horizon. The gadfly is buzzing too loudly. The horse is getting ready to kick, and the young wrestler, now a disciple of the ugly man, is about to learn that in the real world, the referee does not always stop the fight when one man is down. The sun is setting on the golden age of Athens, and the long twilight of the trial is approaching. The golden light of Athens did not fade all at once. It was extinguished candle by candle, in a slow and suffocating darkness. To understand the fracture in Plato's soul, the deep structural crack that would eventually lead him to reject the physical world entirely, we must stand with him in the city of his youth as it slides into madness. The war with Sparta, which had begun as a distant rumble of thunder, has now become a storm breaking directly over their heads. But the most terrifying moment does not come from a Spartan spear. It comes from silence, and then the chipping of stone in the dark. One morning in 415 BCE, when Plato is just a teenager, standing on the precipice of manhood, Athens wakes up to a sacrilege so bizarre and shocking that it stops the heart of the city. Scattered throughout Athens are the Hermae, simple block-like stone statues of the god Hermes, often placed at crossroads and doorways for good luck. They are the spiritual security system of the state. But overnight, a band of unknown vandals has moved through the sleeping streets, methodically mutilating them. They have smashed the faces and broken the sacred symbols of dozens of statues. Imagine the morning panic. It is not just vandalism. To the superstitious Athenians, it is a cosmic severance. The god of travel and boundaries has been blinded. For young Aristocles, walking these nervous streets, the lesson is visceral. The sacred is not safe. Stone can be broken. Tradition can be shattered by a hammer in the night. Paranoia sweeps through the agora like a fever. Neighbors accuse neighbors. Slaves are tortured for information. The democratic assembly, usually the pride of the city, turns into a hysterical mob hunting for scapegoats. They blame secret societies. They blame wealthy clubs of young aristocrats. It is a moment of profound psychological collapse. The city that prides itself on logic and light is suddenly ruled by the terrors of the dark. And this is only the beginning. The war of statues is a prelude to the true nightmare, the total collapse of the Athenian dream. The war drags on, chewing up the years of Plato's youth. The news from the front lines grows worse. The great Sicilian expedition, a massive fleet sent out with such arrogance, is obliterated. Thousands of Athenians, the flower of the city's youth, die in foreign quarries. The news hits Athens not with a scream, but with a disbelief that hollows out the stomach. Then comes the siege. The Spartans surround the city, cutting off the supply lines. The famous long walls, which connected Athens to the sea and guaranteed their food, become the walls of a prison. We must imagine Plato in his early 20s, no longer the broad-shouldered wrestler in his prime, but a gaunt young man watching his city starve. The sensory world, which he will later urge us to ignore, is now unavoidable in its misery. The air smells of sickness. The silence of the gymnasium is haunted. The once glamorous dinner parties are reduced to meager scraps of bread, eaten in hushed rooms where the talk is no longer of philosophy, but of survival. In 404 BCE, the impossible happens. Athens surrenders. The end of the war is a scene of surreal, almost hallucinatory humiliation. The Spartan general Lysander enters the harbor. He orders the long walls, the physical symbol of Athenian democracy and power, to be torn down, and he orders it to be done to the sound of music. Flute girls play festive tunes, while workers dismantle the stones that held the city safe for decades. Plato watches this. He watches the walls crumble to the cheerful piping of flutes. It is a grotesquerie that burns itself into his mind. The world is not just cruel, it is absurd. The physical world is a place where glory is dismantled to the sound of a party. Democracy, the system that led them into this disaster, is swept away. In its place, the Spartans install a puppet government of 30 men, tasked with rewriting the laws and restoring virtue. For a brief, dangerous moment, Plato feels a flicker of hope. He has reason to. The leaders of this new oligarchy, the so-called 30 tyrants, are his own family. His uncle Critias is the ringleader, and his uncle Charmides is a key lieutenant. These are the men who sat at his dinner table, the best men who mocked the ignorance of the mob. They invite Plato to join them. They promise a return to order, a government ruled by the wise and the well-born, purged of the chaotic emotions of the crowd. It is the temptation of his life. Finally, a chance to fix the broken city. But the mask of the wise ruler slips almost immediately. The 30 do not bring order. They bring a bloodbath. They execute political enemies to seize their property. They hire whip-bearers to intimidate the citizens. They turn the city into a slaughterhouse, killing more Athenians in 8 months than the Spartans killed in 10 years of war. Plato watches, horrified, as his own blood relatives turn into monsters. The best men are not best. They are just more efficient butchers. The betrayal is total. Democracy was a failure of the mob, but oligarchy is a failure of the elite. There is no safe harbor. But amidst this reign of terror, there is one flicker of light, a single act of quiet defiance that Plato will never forget. The 30 tyrants, wishing to spread the guilt of their crimes, order Socrates to arrest a wealthy general named Leon of Salamis, so he can be executed and his fortune stolen. It is a test of loyalty. If Socrates obeys, he is complicit. If he refuses, he risks death. Socrates does not make a speech. He does not start a riot. He simply goes home. He ignores the order. He washes his hands of their blood and sits in his humble house, waiting for them to come for him. He is saved only because the government collapses before they can get around to killing him. But Plato sees it. The only man in Athens who is truly free is the one who wants nothing. The 30 are eventually overthrown. Democracy returns, battered, suspicious, and vengeful. The tyrants are dead, Critias killed in the fighting, leaving Plato with the stain of their names on his family tree. He is now a man in his mid-20s, standing in the wreckage of every ideal he was raised to respect. The walls are down, the empire is gone. The wise aristocrats prove to be murderers. The democratic people prove to be a chaotic mob. The gods allowed the statues to be smashed. What is left? As the dust settles over the ruins of Athens, Plato looks at the physical world and sees nothing but a graveyard of illusions. He retreats further into the circle of Socrates, the one point of stability in a spinning world. But the city is not done with its bloodletting. The restored democracy is looking for someone to blame for the catastrophe, someone to punish for the corruption of the youth. And their eyes are turning toward the barefoot man who asks too many questions. The war of statues is over, but the war on truth is about to begin. The year is 399 BCE, and spring has come to Athens. The hillsides around the city are dusted with the soft purple of wild thyme and the bright red of anemones, a seasonal renewal that feels mocking in the face of what is about to happen. In the natural world, winter is forgotten, but in the heart of the city, the frost has settled deep into the bones of the people. It has been 5 years since the war ended, 4 years since the 30 tyrants were overthrown, and the restored democracy is still trembling like a patient recovering from a long fever. It is a time of nervous glances and enforced amnesia. To heal the city, the Athenians have passed an act of oblivion, a law forbidding anyone from bringing up the crimes of the civil war. You cannot sue your neighbor for what he did under the tyrants. You cannot accuse him of collaboration. The past is legally erased, but memory is not a scroll you can just burn. The anger is still there, swirling beneath the surface, looking for a crack to escape. And since they cannot punish the politicians who are protected by the amnesty, they look for a proxy. They look for the man who taught the tyrants. They look for the teacher who made the youth question the gods. The indictment is posted in the agora for all to see, written on a whitening board by a young, ambitious poet named Meletus. The charges are simple, deadly, and vague. Socrates is guilty of refusing to recognize the gods recognized by the state, of introducing new divinities, and of corrupting the youth. The penalty demanded is death. We must visualize the scene of the trial, not as a hushed, mahogany-paneled courtroom, but as a noisy, sun-baked spectacle. It takes place in the open air, likely in the area known as the Heliaia, surrounded by the wooden barriers that separate the court from the bustling market. The jury is massive, 501 citizens, drawn by lot from the population. These are not legal experts. They are farmers with dirt under their fingernails, shoemakers smelling of leather, veterans with old scars, and merchants worried about the price of grain. They are the demos, the people, and they are sitting on wooden benches, chewing on figs or garlic, waiting for a show. To Plato, sitting somewhere in that crowd, perhaps squeezing his hands together until the knuckles turn white. This is not a court of justice. It is a beast. It is a many-headed monster of emotion and prejudice, incapable of philosophical thought. He sees the accusers step forward. There is Meletus, the young poet with the lank hair and the hook nose, representing the offended artists. There is Lycon, representing the orators. And then there is the real power behind the throne, Anytus. Anytus is a tanner, a wealthy, practical man of the people who helped restore the democracy. He hates Socrates not just for his questions, but for personal reasons. Socrates had once told him that his son should be more than just a tanner, a remark that stung the proud father. These three men weave a net of words, painting Socrates as a dangerous eccentric, a man who makes the weaker argument defeat the stronger, a man who whispers atheism into the ears of children. The trial is governed by the water clock, the clepsydra. It is two clay vessels, one filled with water that drips steadily into the other. When the water runs out, your time is up. There is a terrible rhythmic finality to it. Drip, drip, drip. Time is liquid, and it is draining away. When Socrates stands up to speak, the crowd expects him to do what every other defendant does. They expect him to weep. They expect him to bring his wife, Xanthippe, and his three young sons to the stand, dragging them in dirty rags to beg for mercy. This is the theater of Athenian pity. It is how you survive. But Socrates, true to the very end, refuses to play the role. He stands there in his worn cloak, 70 years old, looking at the 500 men who hold his life in their hands. And he smiles. He does not apologize. He does not beg. Instead, he lectures them. He speaks to them in the same conversational, maddening tone he used in the marketplace. He tells them that he is not a pest, but a gift from the gods. He uses the famous metaphor of the gadfly again. Athens is a sluggish, great horse, and he is the fly sent by the divine to sting it into wakefulness. If you kill me, he warns them calmly, You will not easily find another like me. For the young Plato, watching this performance must have been an agony of mixed emotions, pride in his teacher's integrity and terror at his recklessness. Socrates is dismantling the dignity of the court. He is telling the jury that they should be ashamed of caring for money and reputation more than the perfection of their souls. He is putting them on trial. Historians still argue about how accurate Plato's account of this speech, the apology, really is. Did Socrates really speak so beautifully, so defiantly? Or is this the speech Plato wished he had made? Most scholars agree that the core of it is true, because the result explains itself. The vote is taken. The jurors cast their ballots, bronze discs, solid for acquittal, hollow for conviction, into the urns. The sound of metal on metal clatters in the silence. The count is close, surprisingly close. Out of 501 votes, Socrates is convicted by a margin of only about 30 votes. If he had just been a little more humble, a little less stinging, he might have walked free. But the tragedy is not over. Under Athenian law, once convicted, the prosecution proposes a penalty, death, and the defendant proposes a counter-penalty. The jury then chooses between the two. This is the moment where Socrates could save himself. If he suggests exile, the jury will likely accept it. They don't really want to kill the old man, they just want him gone. They want silence. But Socrates stands up for his counter-proposal. He rubs his chin, looks at the angry crowd, and says, in effect, "What do I deserve for spending my life trying to make you all better and wiser men? I think I deserve free meals for life at the Prytaneum, just like an Olympic hero." The gasp in the courtroom is almost audible across the centuries. It is a moment of supreme, glorious arrogance. He is claiming that thinking is more heroic than winning a war or a wrestling match. To the jury, this is a slap in the face. It is an intolerable insult. The mood in the court shifts instantly from irritation to bloodlust. When the second vote is taken, the vote for death, more people vote to kill him than voted he was guilty in the first place. He has talked them into executing him. Plato is there, witnessing the collapse of reason. He is named in the text itself, one of the few times he ever inserts himself into his own writing. Socrates mentions that Plato here and a few others are offering to pay a fine of 30 minas, a desperate last-minute attempt by the wealthy students to buy their teacher's life. But it is too late. The water in the clock has run dry. The sun is high and hot, baking the dust of the agora, but the world has gone cold. The demos, the democratic people, have spoken. They have chosen comfortable lies over a difficult truth. As the guards move in to lead the old man away to the prison, Plato sits in the wreckage of his youthful idealism. The city is not a place of justice. It is a cave where men kill anyone who tries to turn on the light. The trial is over, but for Plato, the long mourning and the long journey away from this reality has just begun. The ship has returned. For 30 days, the execution of Socrates was suspended, a strange month of grace granted by an ancient ritual. Every year, the Athenians sent a sacred vessel to the island of Delos to honor the god Apollo, and by religious law, the city had to remain pure of any executions until the ship's sails were seen again on the horizon. For a month, Socrates sat in the prison of the 11, a small cave-like structure carved into the rock near the agora, composing hymns to Apollo and turning Aesop's fables into verse. He was preparing for his journey, But now the garlanded ship has docked in the Piraeus. The waiting is over. It is late spring or early summer of 399 BC, and the sun is beginning its long, slow descent toward the mountains in the west. The light inside the prison cell is dimming, shifting from the harsh brightness of the afternoon to a soft, grey twilight. This is the hour of the wolf, the hour of endings. A small group of friends has gathered in the cell to be with the old man one last time. They are heartbroken, their eyes red from weeping, but Socrates is irritatingly, wonderfully cheerful. He is rubbing his legs, which have just been released from the iron fetters, and remarking on the strange relationship between pleasure and pain. How the pleasure of the release follows the pain of the chains. He is not acting like a man about to die. He is acting like a man about to go on a vacation to a place he has always wanted to visit. But there is one person missing from this final intimate circle. In the Phaedo, the dialogue where Plato describes this scene, he inserts a brief, devastating line. Plato, I believe, was ill. It is a ghostly absence. Why was the majestic narrator, the man who would dedicate his entire life to Socrates' memory, not there at the end? Historians still argue whether this illness was physical, a fever brought on by the stress of the trial, or if it was a sickness of the soul, a grief so profound that he simply could not bear to watch the light go out. Or perhaps it is a literary device. By claiming absence, Plato steps back. He admits that what he is writing is not a transcript, but a reconstruction, a painting of the soul rather than a photograph of the event. He leaves the room so he can see the scene from everywhere at once. So we see the death through the eyes of the others, through Crito, the old friend who tries one last time to bribe the gods, through Phaedo, the young man whose hair Socrates plays with as he speaks. They spend the final hours discussing the immortality of the soul. Socrates argues that the philosopher spends his whole life practicing for death, separating the soul from the distractions of the body. Why, he asks, should he be afraid when the moment of separation finally arrives? To him, the body is just a shell, a heavy, clumsy thing that gets hungry and tired and confused. Death is not an end. It is a liberation. It is the breaking of the chains. As the sun touches the horizon, the jailer enters. He is not a cruel man. In fact, he is weeping. He tells Socrates that he is the noblest, gentlest, and best man who has ever entered this place. He apologizes for what he must do. He brings the cup. It is filled with a dark, murky liquid, poison crushed from the hemlock plant, Conium maculatum. There is a terrifying, quiet civility to the process. There is no executioner with an axe, no crowd, no violence. Just a cup passed from one hand to another. Socrates takes it quite cheerfully, without a tremor in his hand, without his color changing. He looks at the jailer and asks, in his usual joking manner, if he is allowed to pour a libation, a small offering, to the gods from the cup. The jailer shakes his head. We only grind just enough to do the job, he says. Socrates nods, accepts this practical limitation, and raises the cup to his lips. He offers a prayer for a safe migration from this world to the next, and then, swiftly and calmly, he drinks the poison. The chaos that follows comes not from him, but from his friends. Upon seeing the cup empty, the discipline of the disciples breaks. They cover their faces with their cloaks. They weep, not for him, but for themselves, for the father they are losing. Socrates, The man with the poison in his veins is the one who has to comfort them. What is this strange outcry? He scolds them gently. I sent the women away mainly to avoid such a scene, for I have heard that a man should die in peace. Be quiet and be brave. The physical end is described with a clinical, almost detached precision that suggests Plato had asked for every detail. Socrates walks around the cell for a while, as the jailer instructed, to help the poison circulate. Then his legs feel heavy. He lies down on his back. The numbness begins in his feet, a coldness, heavy and absolute, moving up his body like a rising tide. The jailer pinches his foot hard and asks if he feels it. Socrates says no. The cold creeps up to his shins, then his thighs. It is the silence of the body, the shutting down of the sensory machine that Plato had come to distrust. When the cold reaches his abdomen, Socrates uncovers his face one last time. He speaks his final words, a riddle that has echoed through the corridors of philosophy ever since. Crito, he whispers, we owe a cock to Asclepius. Please, do not forget to pay the debt. Asclepius is the god of healing. People sacrifice a rooster to him when they recover from an illness. Socrates is saying, with his last breath, that life, with its confusion, its shadows, its messy emotions, was the sickness. And death is the cure. He is finally healthy. He is finally awake. The jailer touches his chest. The heart has stopped. The best, the wisest, and the most righteous man in Athens is gone. And for Plato, the illness of the soul turns into a cold, hard resolve. The city of Athens has become a polluted place. The agora, once a playground of ideas, is now a crime scene. The familiar streets, the view of the Acropolis, the sounds of the democratic assembly. It is all tainted with the blood of the teacher. It is no longer safe for the friends of Socrates to remain. The mood in the city is ugly. The accusers are still powerful, and the corruption of the youth charge could easily be extended to the broad-shouldered wrestler who took notes at the back of the class. Plato, now 28 years old, makes a decision. He cuts his hair, perhaps in mourning, or perhaps to change his appearance. He packs his few belongings. He does not fight. He does not give a speech. He leaves. Along with a small group of Socratic refugees, he flees the city, heading west toward the city of Megara. The journey is a physical severance. As he walks away from the walls of Athens, he is walking away from the life he was supposed to lead. He was supposed to be a politician, a general, a leader of men. Now he is an exile, a fugitive philosopher with no home and no master. The road to Megara is dusty and hard, winding along the coast where the waves crash against the rocks with a rhythm that cares nothing for human laws. He is leaving the cave. He is stepping out into a wider, stranger world. The hemlock has done its work. It killed Socrates, but it also killed the Athenian Aristocles. The man walking down that road, looking back one last time at the fading silhouette of the Parthenon against the night sky, is someone else entirely. He is a man searching for a city that can be built in words, a republic that lives in the stars, where the just are never punished and the wise never die. The silence of the prison cell travels with him, a quiet vacuum in his heart that he will spend the next 40 years trying to fill with the eternal forms of the good, the true, and the beautiful. The road from Athens to Megara is not long, perhaps a day's walk for a healthy man. But for the refugees fleeing the shadow of the hemlock, it is a journey between two different universes. Athens was a city of fluid motion, of waves and rhetoric and shifting crowds. Megara is a city of stone, perched on the twin hills of a rocky isthmus. It is a place exposed to the wind, overlooking the Saronic Gulf with a stern, unblinking gaze. When Plato and the other shattered disciples arrive here, dusting the Athenian soil from their sandals, they are not greeted by the chaotic warmth of a marketplace, but by the cool, sharp precision of a new kind of thought. They are taken in by Euclid, not the famous geometer of Alexandria, who will come later, but Euclid of Megara, a man who had risked his life to sneak into Athens just to hear Socrates speak. In this house, safe from the democratic mob, Plato finds a sanctuary that is stark, quiet, and healing. It is here, in the geometry of grief, that his mind begins to build the walls of a fortress that pain cannot breach. Megara is famous for two things: its wool and its logic. The people here are hard-headed, stubborn, and fiercely independent. There is a local saying that they build their houses as if they are going to live forever, but they eat as if they are going to die tomorrow. But for Plato, the attraction is not the food, it is the conversation. Euclid has taken the teachings of Socrates and welded them to the ironclad logic of the Eleatics, the followers of Parmenides. The result is a philosophy that feels like a cold compress on a fevered forehead. In Athens, truth was a slippery thing, decided by the loudest voice in the crowd. In Megara, truth is a monolith. Euclid teaches that the good is one. It has many names: wisdom, God, mind, but it is fundamentally a single, indivisible, unchangeable reality. Evil, he argues, does not truly exist. It is merely the absence of the good, a shadow where the light has failed to reach. For a young man whose world has just been torn apart by the senseless murder of his teacher, this idea is intoxicatingly seductive. It offers a way to deny the reality of the horror he just witnessed. If the good is the only true reality, then the execution of Socrates was, in some cosmic sense, a mistake of perception, a nightmare that has no substance in the eyes of eternity. We can imagine Plato walking the cliffs of Megara, listening to the wind hiss through the dry grass, trying to force his mind into this rigid, comforting shape. He needs the world to be logical. He needs to believe that the chaos of human emotion is just a surface turbulence, and that deep down, in the bedrock of the universe, there is a calm, mathematical order that cannot be disturbed. It is here, historians speculate, that Plato's fascination with mathematics likely deepens from a gentleman's hobby into a spiritual necessity. In the house of Euclid, arguments are not won by swaying the emotions of a jury. They are won by reductio ad absurdum, reducing the opponent's argument to a logical contradiction. It is a merciless, clean way of thinking. A triangle does not have opinions. A circle does not execute its teacher because it is jealous. Mathematical objects are safe. They are eternal. They are the same in Athens, in Megara, and in the courts of the barbarian kings. If you close your eyes and think of a perfect square, it is pristine. No mud can dirty it. No poison can kill it. Plato begins to see that if he wants to save the memory of Socrates, he cannot do it with plays or poems or political speeches. He must do it with a system as indestructible as a geometric proof. He must build a philosophy that is harder than the stone walls of the prison. But there is a coldness to this healing. The Megarian school is brilliant, but it is also dry. They love paradoxes. They ask questions like, The heap. If you remove one grain of sand from a heap, is it still a heap? At what exact grain does it cease to be a heap? They play with the limits of language and logic. For the grieving Plato, this is a useful distraction, a way to keep his mind busy, like a man solving puzzles to keep from crying. But as the months turn into a year, the broad-shouldered wrestler begins to feel cramped. The intellectual air of Megara is too thin. It is pure, yes, but it is sterile. He misses the fire of Socrates, the passion that could ignite a soul. Logic can explain the structure of the world, but it cannot explain why we love, why we strive, or why we feel the pull of the divine. He realizes that while geometry can map the earth, it cannot replace it. He needs more than just safety. He needs wisdom. And wisdom, he suspects, is hiding in places far older and stranger than the rocky hills of Greece. There is a restlessness in him now, a divine wandering that will not let him sit still. He looks south, across the wine-dark sea, toward a land where civilization has stood for thousands of years, where priests claim to hold records that go back to the dawn of time. He looks toward Egypt. The decision to leave Megara is the decision to leave the known world behind. To a Greek in the 4th century BCE, Egypt is not just another country. It is a place of magic, of colossal gods with the heads of animals, of rivers that flow backward, of wisdom carved into stone so hard it breaks iron tools. It is the land of the dead. And perhaps that is exactly why Plato wants to go there. He wants to ask the oldest people on earth if they know the secret of immortality. He wants to see if the good looks different under the blinding sun of the desert. The departure from Megara is quiet. There are no fanfare, no crowds. Just a man, nearing 30, wrapping his cloak against the sea spray, boarding a merchant ship bound for the Nile Delta. He leaves behind the safety of Euclid's logic. He carries with him the trauma of Athens and the cold comfort of Megara. But his vessel is empty, waiting to be filled. He is no longer just a refugee. He is a pilgrim. The sea is vast and dangerous, ruled by Poseidon, the earth shaker, a god who cares nothing for geometry. As the ship cuts through the waves, leaving the safe, logical cliffs of Megara behind, Plato watches the coastline dissolve into the mist. He is moving from the world of sharp lines into the world of deep time. The rigid shapes of grief are about to soften in the heat of the desert, and the man who distrusted reality is about to encounter a reality so overwhelming it will make Athens look like a village of children. The geometry lesson is over. The history lesson is about to begin. The ship that carries Plato across the Mediterranean is a fragile wooden shell bobbing on a terrifying expanse of blue. But when it finally slips into the silty, brown embrace of the Nile Delta, the world changes. He arrives likely at Naucratis, the only port where Greeks are allowed to trade, a chaotic little island of Hellenic noise on the edge of a continent of silence. But Plato does not linger in the markets, selling olive oil to pay for his passage, though a persistent legend says he did exactly that, funding the birth of Western philosophy with a few jars of distinctively Greek produce. He pushes inland, leaving the familiar behind. If Athens was a city of shouting men, Egypt is a land of silent stone. It is impossible to overstate the shock a Greek in the 4th century BCE feels upon seeing this place. To Plato, the Trojan War is ancient history, a mist of legends from perhaps 800 years ago. But as he stands before the great pyramids at Giza, He is looking at mountains of limestone that have already been standing for nearly 2,000 years. To the Egyptians, the Greeks are not the inheritors of civilization. They are the noisy new neighbors who just moved in down the street. The sheer scale of the timeline here crushes human vanity. It is the first lesson of the Nile. You are small, and your life is a flicker. He travels to Heliopolis, the city of the sun, the intellectual center of the Egyptian priesthood. We must imagine him here, shaving his beard perhaps, donning the linen robes of a novice, trying to blend into a culture that views hairiness as unclean and debate as disrespectful. The atmosphere in the temples is heavy, smelling of kifa incense, a complex mixture of honey, wine, raisins, and myrrh that burns slowly in the dark recesses of the sanctuaries. The light here is not the democratic glare of the Athenian sun. It is filtered through narrow slits in massive walls, illuminating hieroglyphs that claim to record the history of 10,000 years. In Athens, if you want to know the truth, you argue in the square. In Egypt, you ask a priest to read a wall. The truth is already written. It was written before you were born, and it will remain after you die. For a man fleeing the instability of mob rule, this absolute permanence is like a cool drink of water in a desert. It is here, in the cool shadows of a temple column, that one of the most famous conversations in the history of history takes place, or at least where Plato claims it took place. He recounts it later in his dialogue, Timaeus. An old Egyptian priest looks at the eager Greek visitor, perhaps Plato himself, or his ancestor Solon, the distinction blurs in the telling, and shakes his head with a kind of pitying amusement. "O Solon, Solon," the priest sighs, "you Greeks are always children. There is no such thing as an old Greek." The visitor is offended and asks what he means. The priest explains that the Greek memory is short. They have been wiped out by floods and fires so many times that they have forgotten their past. They have to start over again and again, like children learning their alphabet. But here, the priest gestures to the walls. Everything has been written down from olden times. It is a devastating critique. Athens is a teenager, moody, brilliant, reckless, and amnesiac. Egypt is the grandfather who remembers the Ice Age. This moment plants a seed in Plato's mind that will grow into a towering tree, the idea that a perfect society must be stable. It must not change. In Athens, change was seen as progress. In Egypt, change is seen as decay. Historians and archaeologists still argue politely over whether Plato actually made this trip, or if he merely invented it to give his philosophy a mystical pedigree. Did he really study with the priest Secnuphis? Strabo, the Roman geographer, claims to have been shown the very house where Plato and Eudoxus stayed in Heliopolis, pointing it out like a tour guide showing off a celebrity's mansion. And here is where the philosopher slept. We can imagine him saying, whether the house was real or a tourist trap of the ancient world, the influence is undeniable. Plato falls in love with the Egyptian approach to art. In Greece, artists were beginning to use perspective, shortening limbs to create the illusion of depth, tricking the eye. Plato hated this. It was a lie. But Egyptian art? It was a grid. A figure was drawn according to strict mathematical proportions that had not changed for millennia. The face in profile, the eye front-facing, the shoulders square. It was not trying to look real in the momentary sense. It was trying to capture the eternal essence of the human form. It was a picture of the idea of a man, not a specific man. He sees a society that is rigidly stratified. Everyone has a place. The farmers farm, the soldiers fight, the priests pray. No one tries to be everything at once. In democratic Athens, a tanner could lead an army, and a wrestler could be a philosopher. It was chaotic. Here, the caste system creates a peace that lasts for centuries. It is terribly unfair by modern standards, and perhaps even by the standards of a freedom-loving Athenian. But to a man traumatized by the chaos of freedom, it looks like harmony. It looks like justice. He begins to dream of a city that functions like a giant machine, where every cog stays in its place and the wheel turns without friction. The seed of the Republic is watered by the Nile. He sees that for a state to be wise, the wise must rule, and the ignorant must follow. It is not a popular idea in the Agora, but here, under the gaze of the Sphinx, it seems like the only law that matters. But Egypt also teaches him about the stars. The priests are astronomers of the highest order. They have tracked the movement of the heavens for centuries, noting the cycles, the returns, the perfect, silent mathematics of the cosmos. Plato looks up at the Egyptian night sky, so much clearer and brighter than the hazy sky of a coastal city, and sees a confirmation of what he learned in Megara. The world above is perfect. The planets do not vote. The sun does not change its mind. There is a music of the spheres, a harmony that governs the universe. But there is a problem. The Egyptian priests know that the stars move in cycles, but they explain it with myths about boats and gods swallowing the sun. Plato is Greek, after all. He needs more than a myth. He needs the formula. He needs the proof. He realizes that the stability of Egypt and the logic of Megara are two halves of the same coin, but he is missing the connecting piece. He needs the key that unlocks the mathematical structure of the soul. And so, the divine wandering continues. He cannot stay in Egypt. To stay would be to become a fossil, preserved in the amber of tradition. He is still a philosopher, which means he is still a hunter. He packs his scrolls, perhaps a few papyrus rolls, filled with new strange ideas about the immortality of the soul and the judgment of the dead. He says goodbye to the priests who called him a child. He is growing up. He turns his face toward Italy, toward the Greek colonies of the West, where a mysterious cult of vegetarian mathematicians is said to hold the secret to the universe. He is going to find the Pythagoreans. The silence of the desert recedes, replaced by the rhythmic creaking of the ship's rigging, but the lesson of the Nile remains. Reality is not what you see in the mirror today. Reality is what remains when the mirror is broken. The journey from the silent sands of Egypt to the sun-drenched coast of southern Italy is a journey from the past into the abstract. Plato arrives in Tarentum, a Greek colony that glitters with a wealth and sophistication that makes war-torn Athens look like a provincial outpost. The air here smells different. It is less about the dust of the desert and more about the brine of the Ionian Sea and the expensive perfume of aristocracy. This is Magna Graecia, Greater Greece, and it is the home of a strange and secretive brotherhood that will give Plato the final piece of his intellectual armor. He has come to find the Pythagoreans, the followers of the legendary Pythagoras, who taught that the universe is not made of fire or water, but of number. In Athens, mathematics was a tool for counting sheep or measuring walls. In Tarentum, mathematics is a religion. The leader of this community is Archytas, a man who is a living paradox to the Athenian mind. He is a brilliant mathematician, a philosopher, and yet he is also a general, a military commander who has been elected strategist 7 times in a row. Undefeated in battle, Plato looks at Archytas and sees a miracle, a philosopher king in the flesh. In Athens, the politicians were ignorant of wisdom, and the wise men were powerless. Here, power and wisdom are fused in one man who can solve a geometric problem in the morning and lead an army in the afternoon. It is the proof of concept Plato has been searching for. If Archytas exists, then the Republic is possible. The meeting between Plato and Archytas is a collision of 2 worlds. We can imagine them walking in the manicured gardens of Tarentum. Away from the ears of the uninitiated, the Pythagoreans are a cult in the truest sense. They have secret handshakes, symbols, and a vow of silence for new members that lasts 5 years. Plato, luckily, is allowed to skip the 5-year silence, likely due to his reputation and his intensity. Archytas opens a door in Plato's mind that he didn't even know was locked. He shows him the monochord, a single string stretched over a sounding box. He plucks it. A note rings out. Then he clamps the string exactly in the middle and plucks again. The note is an octave higher. He divides it again. A 5th, a 4th. The beautiful, haunting sounds that move the human soul are not magic. They are ratios. They are fractions. 2-1, 3-2, 4-3. Plato is thunderstruck. If music, the most emotional and ethereal of arts, is actually just hidden arithmetic, then everything must be number. The beauty of a face, the orbit of a planet, the justice of a law, it all comes down to proportion, harmony, and ratio. The chaos of the physical world is just a bad equation waiting to be solved. This is where the famous music of the spheres stops being a poetic phrase and becomes a literal description of reality. Archytas teaches that the planets themselves, as they rush through the ether, hum with a frequency determined by their speed and distance. The universe is a giant orchestra playing a symphony that we cannot hear because we are born into the sound, and it never stops. To the broad-shouldered wrestler who watched his city execute the truth, this is the ultimate comfort. The universe is not a mess. It is a song, and the good is the conductor. But the Pythagoreans teach him something darker and more personal too. They teach him the doctrine of soma sema. The body is a tomb. They believe that the soul is a fallen divinity, trapped in the heavy, rotting cage of flesh as a punishment for some ancient sin. We are not our bodies. We are the prisoner inside, looking out through the bars of the eyes. This resonates deeply with Plato's growing disgust for the physical world. It explains why Socrates was so happy to drink the hemlock. He was just breaking out of jail. It is here, under the influence of the Italian mystics, that Plato begins to form his theory of anamnesis, the idea that learning is actually remembering. The Pythagoreans believe in the transmigration of souls, what we call reincarnation. They tell stories of Pythagoras seeing a shield in a temple and recognizing it as the one he carried in a previous life as a Trojan warrior. If the soul has lived 1,000 times, then it has seen everything. It has seen the perfect circle, the perfect justice, the perfect beauty in the realm of the gods before it was born into a human body. When we learn geometry, we aren't discovering something new. We are just wiping the dust off an old memory. This changes everything for Plato. A teacher isn't someone who fills an empty vessel. A teacher is someone who helps you remember what you already know. The slave boy experiment he will later write about in the Meno, where he guides an uneducated slave to solve a complex geometric problem just by asking questions, is born here, in the conviction that the truth is already inside us, buried under the debris of living. But there is a danger in Tarentum too. The Pythagoreans are elitist. They despise the common people. They believe beings are evil, perhaps because they resemble embryos, or perhaps due to a hereditary allergy called favism common in the Mediterranean. They refuse to wear wool, and they treat their knowledge as a weapon to be guarded. Plato absorbs this elitism. He sees how effective it is. Tarentum is stable, unlike chaotic Athens. But he also sees the seduction of secrets. He begins to understand that if he is ever to build his ideal city, it cannot be a democracy where every opinion counts. It must be a meritocracy of the soul, ruled by those who can hear the music of the spheres. The common man hears only noise. The philosopher hears the ratio. Why should the deaf rule the orchestra? Historians debate how much of this Pythagoreanism was truly architas, and how much was Plato projecting his own developing needs onto the group. But the effect is undeniable. The writing style of Plato changes after this trip. The early dialogues were open-ended, questioning, Socratic. The middle dialogues, which begin to form now, are more assertive, more mystical, more filled with myths and mathematical metaphors. He is no longer just asking, what is courage? He is starting to tell us what the universe is. He is building a cathedral of thought, and he has found his blueprint. The solidity of Egyptian stone has been replaced by the invisible, indestructible scaffolding of number. As he prepares to leave Italy, Plato feels stronger than he has in a decade. He has the Socratic method to question the world, the Eleatic logic to analyze it, and now the Pythagorean mathematics to explain it. He is nearing 40 years old. The wandering years are coming to an end. He is ready to stop being a student and start being a master. But fate has one more harsh lesson for him before he can return to Athens. He has seen the theory of the philosopher king in Archytas, but he has not yet tested it in the fires of reality. Across the narrow strait of Messina, on the island of Sicily, a real tyrant is waiting. Dionysius the Maw of Syracuse is not a philosopher. He is a man of appetites, paranoia, and absolute power. He has heard of the famous Athenian scholar, and he has sent an invitation. It is the classic trap, the allure of influence. Plato believes he can take the tools he found in Tarentum and use them to carve a perfect ruler out of the rough stone of a tyrant. It is a noble, arrogant, and disastrous ambition. He boards the ship for Syracuse, leaving the safe harmonies of the mathematicians for the dissonance of a dictator's court. He thinks he is going to teach geometry to a king. He does not realize he is walking into the lion's den, armed only with a triangle. The crossing from Italy to Sicily is short, a mere sliver of blue water separating the toe of the boot from the island. But for Plato, it is a crossing into the heart of darkness. Syracuse in 387 BCE is not a city of logic or light. It is the New York City of the ancient Mediterranean, massive, wealthy, glittering, and aggressively alive. It is the most powerful Greek city in the West, a fortress of white stone rising from the sea, defended by walls that stretch for miles, and a harbor filled with hundreds of warships. But as Plato steps onto the quay, The air does not smell of salt and freedom. It smells of perfume and fear. He has entered the domain of Dionysius I, the tyrant of Syracuse, a man who has turned the city into his personal estate. The sensory shock is immediate. In Athens, life was lived outdoors, in the sun. In Syracuse, life is lived behind high walls and heavy curtains. The people here are famous for their sybaritic lifestyle, feasting twice a day, sleeping on down feathers, and drowning in wine. To Plato, whose soul has been scrubbed clean by the desert silence of Egypt and the mathematical austerity of the Pythagoreans, this excess feels suffocating. It is a city of pigs, he thinks, fattened for the slaughter. He is 40 years old, a man of rigid principles, walking into a world where the only rule is the whim of one man. He is brought to the palace on the island of Ortygia, a fortress within a fortress. Dionysius is a terrifying figure, a man so consumed by paranoia that he has made himself a prisoner of his own power. Legends whisper that he sleeps in a tower surrounded by a moat, pulling the drawbridge up after him every night. He trusts no one, not his friends, not his family, not even his barber. He burns his beard off with hot coals rather than let a razor near his throat. This is the man Plato intends to teach virtue. It seems like a fool's errand, a collision of the irresistible force of truth against the immovable object of ego. But Plato is armed with a new theory. The idea that if you can change the soul of the ruler, you can change the soul of the state. He believes, with a naivety that is almost touching, that geometry can cure tyranny. If he can just get Dionysius to see the eternal forms, the desire for absolute power will melt away, replaced by a desire for justice. It is the ultimate test of the Socratic method. Can you question a man who holds a sword to your throat? The court is a nest of vipers. Philistus, the historian and advisor to the tyrant, watches the Athenian philosopher with cold, calculating eyes. The courtiers, dripping in gold and scandal, mock the severe man in the rough cloak who refuses to laugh at their cruel jokes. But amidst this decadence, there is one spark of light. Dion, the tyrant's young brother-in-law, sits at the back of the room, listening. Dion is barely 20, handsome, intense, and deeply unhappy with the emptiness of court life. When he hears Plato speak about virtue, about a life governed by reason rather than appetite, he catches fire. It is a repetition of the moment Plato met Socrates, but now the roles are reversed. Plato is the master, and Dion is the broad-shouldered student ready to burn his life down for the truth. They walk together along the sea walls, away from the spies of the palace, and Plato pours his knowledge into the young man. Dion drinks it in. He stops feasting. He becomes grave and thoughtful. He is the proof Plato needed. The philosophical nature can exist in the halls of power. If Dion can change, perhaps the tyrant can too. But Dionysius is not Dion. The meetings between the philosopher and the tyrant are tense, charged with a violence that hangs in the air like the humidity before a storm. Dionysius considers himself a poet and an intellectual. He wants to be flattered, not corrected. He invites Plato to the palace, not to learn, but to be entertained, to have a famous Athenian pet to show off at dinner parties. But Plato refuses to perform. When Dionysius asks him who the happiest man is, expecting to hear his own name, Plato names Socrates, a man who died poor and condemned. When Dionysius asks about the nature of justice, Plato argues that the tyrant is actually the most miserable of men, a slave to his own fears and desires, while the just man is free even in chains. The courtiers hold their breath. The air leaves the room. You do not tell a man who burns his own beard that he is miserable. You do not tell the master of Sicily that he is a slave. The climax of this disastrous visit comes swiftly. Historians still argue over the exact words exchanged, but the sentiment is recorded in the heat of the moment. Dionysius, his face purple with rage, shouts, "Your words are those of an old dotard." He is calling the greatest mind of the age a senile fool. Plato, standing tall in the center of the dangerous gilded room, replies with icy calm, "And your words are those of a tyrant." It is a sentence that seals his fate. The bridge is burned. The experiment has failed. Plato realizes, perhaps too late, that philosophy has no power over a man who refuses to listen. The good cannot penetrate a soul armored in pride. Dionysius reaches for his sword, but is restrained by Dion, or perhaps by a flicker of political caution. Killing a famous Athenian guest would look bad. Instead, he orders Plato to leave, but it is not a simple deportation. The tyrant whispers a command to the captain of the Spartan ship that is to take Plato home. The order is chilling in its ambiguity. Land him in Athens if you must, but if you can, kill him or sell him. He is a philosopher. He will be happy even in slavery. As Plato boards the ship, leaving Dion weeping on the dock, he feels the heavy, crushing weight of reality returning. The theoretical perfection of the Republic seems a million miles away. He has looked into the face of absolute power and seen only a void. The philosopher king is a dream that breaks against the rocks of human nature. The ship pulls away from the great harbor, slipping out into the open sea, but Plato is not safe yet. The Spartan captain, Polus, is a man of war, not letters, and he has his orders. He looks at the philosopher not as a passenger, but as cargo. The sensory shift is brutal. From the soft cushions of the palace to the hard pitching deck of a trireme, from the smell of perfume to the smell of tar and unwashed rowers. Plato sits on the deck, watching the coast of Sicily recede, unaware that he is about to become a pawn in a game much older than philosophy. He is about to learn the price of a human being in the marketplace of the world. The sun sets over the Mediterranean, turning the water the color of wine, the color of blood. The lullaby of the waves is deceptive. He thinks he is going home to his olive grove. He is wrong. The ship changes course, turning north, not toward Athens, but toward the island of Aegina, a bitter enemy of Athens, a place where any Athenian caught on the shore is sentenced to death or slavery. The shadows of the cave are reaching out to grab him again. The tyrant's laughter echoes in the flapping of the sails. The man who trusted ideas is about to be sold as a thing. The ship does not head for the friendly harbor of Piraeus. Instead, it grinds its keel onto the rocky, hostile shore of Aegina. The island is only a few miles from Athens. On a clear day, you can see the Parthenon from its cliffs. But politically, it is a world away. Aegina and Athens are locked in a bitter feud, a hatred so deep that the Aeginetans have passed a brutal law. Any Athenian citizen found on their soil is to be executed instantly. The Spartan captain knows this. He drags his passenger onto the beach, not as a guest, but as contraband. The sun beats down on the sand, blinding and hot. Plato, the man who has spent years refining the architecture of the soul, is now stripped of his dignity, his citizenship, and his name. To the soldiers pushing him forward, he is just a body, a broad-shouldered, aging male, good for hauling water or turning a millstone. He is brought to the marketplace, the very center of the island's commerce, where the smell of fish and unwashed bodies hangs heavy in the humid air. The herald steps up onto a stone block. He clears his throat. He does not announce a philosopher. He announces a slave. Historians and scholars have argued for centuries over the veracity of this moment. Did the great Plato really stand on an auction block? Some ancient sources, like Diogenes Laertius, insist it is true, painting a scene of supreme irony. Others suggest it is a later fabrication, a dramatic story invented to show that true freedom cannot be taken away by chains. But let us imagine it is real, for the lesson it holds is profound. Picture the scene. The man who believed that the physical world was an illusion is now being sold as a piece of physical property. The auctioneer calls out the starting price. 20 minas, a strong man, educated. Who will bid? The crowd murmurs. They look at his hands, soft, not calloused, like a laborer's. They look at his eyes, distant, not fearful, like a captive's. There is something unsettling about him. He does not weep. He does not beg for his life. He stands there with the quiet composure of a geometry theorem, watching the chaos as if he were watching a play. He is practicing what he preached. The body is a tomb, and who owns the tomb matters little to the ghost inside. The bidding is sluggish. An Athenian in Aegina is a dangerous purchase. But then, a voice cuts through the murmuring crowd. It is not a voice of anger, but of recognition. Fate, it seems, has a sense of humor. Or perhaps the gods are intervening. A man pushes to the front. He is not an Eginetan. He is a visitor, a chariot racer, and breeder of horses from Cyrene named Anacharys. He is in town for the games, a man of wealth and sporting spirit. He looks up at the slave on the block. He squints against the sun. He knows that face. He has seen it in the circles of the wise, perhaps in passing. Or he has heard descriptions of the broad-shouldered disciple of Socrates. He realizes with a jolt of horror that the greatest mind in the Greek world is about to be sold to a miller or a quarry foreman. Anacharys does not hesitate. He raises his hand. He pays the ransom, 20 or 30 minas, a significant sum, the price of a small house or a team of prize horses. He buys the philosopher. The moment the money changes hands, the tension breaks. The chains, real or metaphorical, are struck off. Plato steps down from the block, rubbing his wrists. He is no longer a thing. He is a guest again. Anacharys, beaming with the pride of a man who has just saved a national treasure, arranges for his immediate passage home. He is the unsung hero of Western philosophy, the horse breeder who saved reason. Without his purse, there would be no academy, no republic, no symposium. We would have lost the dialogues to the dust of an Aeginetan quarry. It is a reminder that wisdom often depends on the kindness of strangers, on the sudden, inexplicable generosity of the world. When Plato finally returns to Athens, the relief among his friends is explosive. They had thought him dead, lost to the whims of the tyrant or the sea. They gather around him, weeping and laughing, touching his shoulders to make sure he is real. They immediately take up a collection to pay Anacharys back. They scrape together the 30 minas, counting out the silver coins with trembling hands. They send a messenger to the horse breeder, offering the repayment with deep gratitude. But here, the story takes its most beautiful turn. Anacharys refuses the money. He sends the messenger back with a note that is both humble and proud. I am not the only one who can love Plato, he reportedly says. He claims that the honor of freeing the philosopher is payment enough. He will not take a single drachma. So now, Plato stands in Athens with a strange problem. He has 30 minas of silver in his possession, money raised by his friends, refused by his savior. It is found money, a gift from the universe. He looks at the coins. He looks at the city he left years ago. Athens is quieter now, humbled by its defeats, less arrogant, but perhaps more ready to listen. He realizes that he cannot just go back to wandering the streets like Socrates. That path leads to the Hemlock Cup. He needs a fortress. He needs a place that is in the city, but not of the city. A sanctuary where the rules of the mob do not apply, where the noise of the assembly cannot drown out the music of the spheres. He looks to the northwest of the city, just outside the Dipylon Gate. There is a park there, a shady grove of olive and plane trees, dedicated to a local hero named Hecademus. It is a quiet place, used for gymnastics and leisurely walks. It is green, watered by the Cephissus River, filled with the sound of nightingales. He takes the 30 minas, the price of his own body, and he buys a plot of land within that grove. He buys a small house and a garden. It is a transaction that will echo for 1,000 years. With the money that was meant to ransom a slave, he builds a factory for free minds. He calls it the Academy. It is not a university in the modern sense. No tuition, no degrees, no administration. It is a brotherhood. It is a home. It is a shrine to the muses. As he signs the deed, watching the ink dry on the papyrus, Plato must feel a profound sense of closure. The journey that began with the trauma of the trial, that took him through the logic of Megara, the mysteries of Egypt, the mathematics of Italy, and the terror of Sicily, has finally brought him to this patch of earth. He is home, but he is no longer the young aristocrat who wanted to write plays. He is the master. He stands in the center of the grove, listening to the wind rustling the silver leaves of the olive trees, trees sacred unto Athena, the goddess of wisdom. He closes his eyes and breathes in the scent of the damp earth. The wandering is over. The building is about to begin. The shadows of the cave are behind him. Here, under the leaves, he will try to create a permanent patch of sunlight. The location Plato chooses for his sanctuary is not accidental. It is a deliberate geographical statement. To reach it, one must walk out of the bustling, noisy city, through the Dipylon Gate, and travel about a mile northwest, along a road lined with the tombs of Athens' most illustrious dead. It is a path that literally moves past the history of the city to arrive at its future. The destination is a park that has been known for centuries as the Hecademia, named after an obscure ancient hero named Hecademus. There is a quiet, mythological appropriateness to this choice. Legend says that when the divine twins, Castor and Pollux, invaded Attica to rescue their kidnapped sister Helen, it was Hecademus who revealed her hiding place, saving the city from destruction. He was the man who spoke the inconvenient truth to prevent a war. For a philosopher who watched his city destroy itself with lies, this minor hero is the perfect spiritual landlord. The academy begins on ground hallowed by the idea that truth saves lives. But the grove itself is more than just a symbol. It is a sensory refuge. It is a place of deep, encompassing shade, a precious commodity in the searing Greek summer. Towering plane trees, with their mottled puzzle piece bark, spread their broad leaves over the dusty paths, creating a ceiling of green that filters the harsh light into a soft, underwater luminescence. The river Cephissus flows nearby, not a roaring torrent, but a steady, cooling presence that feeds the roots of the sacred olive trees, trees that are said to be cuttings from the original olive tree of Athena on the Acropolis. The air here is different from the stagnant, dusty air of the Agora. It vibrates with the chirping of cicadas, a sound Plato loves. In his dialogue, Phaedrus, he suggests that cicadas were once human beings who were so enchanted by the birth of music that they forgot to eat or drink until they died, and the muses turned them into insects to sing forever. In the academy, the cicadas are not pests, they are the choir. Plato does not build a university in the way we imagine. There are no lecture halls with tiered seating, no administration buildings, no dormitories. He builds a home. He constructs a small shrine, a mausion, dedicated to the muses. This is a brilliant legal and spiritual maneuver. By defining his school as a religious guild, a thiasos, he protects it under religious law and gives it a sacred purpose. Education here is not a transaction. It is an act of worship. The muses, the goddesses of history, astronomy, poetry, and tragedy, are the true headmistresses. Plato is merely their priest. This distinction separates him sharply from the sophists, the traveling teachers who charge high fees for their wisdom. The sophists are merchants of knowledge. Plato is a host. He refuses to take money from his students. They contribute to the cost of the meals, yes, but the wisdom itself is free, like the air in the grove. Life in the academy settles into a rhythm that is as predictable and calming as the rotation of the stars. It is a communal life. The students and the master eat together, simple meals of figs, olives, cheese, and watered wine. They sleep in simple huts, or perhaps even under the stars in the warm months. It is a common table, a concept borrowed from the Spartans, but stripped of its military harshness. Here, the war is fought with arguments, and the weapon is the dialectic. We must imagine Plato now, in his 40s, moving through this landscape, not as the distant statue we see in museums, but as a living, breathing man. He walks as he talks. The peripatetic style of walking and thinking didn't start with Aristotle. It started here, in the kinetic energy of the garden. He is intense, sometimes brooding, but capable of deep, affectionate warmth. He is gathering young men from all over the Greek world, from the Black Sea to Sicily, who are tired of the chaos of their home cities. They come to him like moths to a lantern, but it is not a place of grim silence. There is laughter here, though it is the laughter of discovery, not mockery. There is the famous sign that later tradition claims hung over the entrance. Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here. It sounds exclusionary, but it is actually a kindness. It is a warning that what happens inside requires a different kind of vision. You cannot discuss the nature of the good if you cannot understand the nature of a triangle. You need to be able to think in abstractions. The grove is a training ground for the mind's eye. The students draw shapes in the sand, their sticks scratching out proofs that prove the world of the senses is a lie. When it rains, the water washes the proofs away, a perfect lesson in the impermanence of the physical. But the proof remains in the mind, untouched by the rain. That is the lesson of the academy. There is a beautiful, lingering tension in this garden between the poet Plato was and the philosopher he has become, He has banned the poets from his ideal republic, fearing their ability to manipulate emotions. Yet he has built his school in a park dedicated to a hero and built a shrine to the muses. He writes dialogues that are, in themselves, masterpieces of dramatic literature. He cannot kill the artist inside him. He can only harness him. The academy becomes a place where art serves truth, not illusion. It is a monastery of reason, but it is built in a garden of earthly delights. As evening falls and the lamps are lit for the symposium, the drinking party where they discuss love and souls rather than politics and war, the boundaries of the world seem to soften. The city of Athens, with its executions and its wars, feels very far away, a bad dream from which they have all awakened. Here, under the plane trees, in the flickering lamplight, a new civilization is being dreamed into existence, one conversation at a time. The wandering, broad-shouldered man has finally stopped moving. He has planted his feet, and like the olive trees around him, he is beginning to put down roots that will outlast the empire. The gate to the academy is not a formidable iron barrier guarded by soldiers. It is a simple threshold, likely a wooden frame overgrown with ivy, marking the transition from the profane world of the city to the sacred ground of the grove. But there is a barrier here, invisible and terrifyingly effective. Tradition tells us that above this entrance, Plato has inscribed a warning: Egiometretos medis esito. Let no one ignorant of geometry enter here. Historians still argue whether this sign physically existed or if it was a metaphor that solidified into legend centuries later. But for the young men standing at that gate, dusting the road-weary clay from their shins, the sign is real enough in spirit. It is a declaration of intent. This is not a place for those who want to learn how to lower taxes or win a lawsuit. This is a place for those who are willing to leave the world of the senses behind. It is a checkpoint for the soul. If you cannot look at a triangle drawn in the dust and see a truth that exists beyond the dust, you are not ready. You must turn back to the marketplace. Inside the grove, the air is alive with a strange, quiet industry. We might expect to see students sitting in rows, taking dictation. But the reality is more kinetic. The academy is a gymnasium of the mind, and like the wrestling pit, it requires movement. Small groups of young men, and a few mysterious others, walk along the shaded paths, their hands moving in the air as they construct invisible shapes. They are turning the soul, a phrase Plato loves. He believes that education is not putting sight into blind eyes. The eyes can already see. Education is turning the entire body around, away from the darkness of the cave and toward the light, and the machine that turns the soul is mathematics. Imagine a typical afternoon. The heat of the day has softened into a warm, golden haze. In a clearing, a young prodigy named Theaetetus is drawing in the sand. He is brilliant, gentle, and tragically destined to die young from wounds in battle and dysentery, a loss that will break Plato's heart. But right now, he is alive and vibrant, sketching out the 5 regular solids: the tetrahedron, the cube, the octahedron, the dodecahedron, and the icosahedron. These are the Platonic solids, the perfect shapes that Plato believes form the building blocks of the universe. To a casual observer, it looks like a geometry lesson, but to the students, it is a theology class. They believe that fire is a tetrahedron because it is sharp and cutting. They believe that earth is a cube because it is stable and stacks well. They are not just learning shapes, they are learning the grammar of God. When they prove a theorem, they feel a rush of religious ecstasy. They have touched the eternal. It is a heady, addictive feeling, far more potent than the wine served at the symposia of the city. But the academy is not a monolith of agreement. It is a hive of brilliant, competitive egos. There is Eudoxus of Cnidus, a man so poor he originally commuted daily from the Piraeus to save on rent, but whose mind is so sharp it terrifies the others. He challenges Plato. He argues that pleasure might actually be the good, a heresy to the master. But Plato lets him speak. This is the secret magic of the place. It is safe to be wrong, as long as you are wrong for the right reasons. Plato presides over this chaos not as a tyrant, but as a kind of grandmaster. He is the Coryphaeus, the chorus leader. He sets the rhythm, but the singers must find their own harmony. He walks among them, his broad shoulders stooped slightly now, his beard graying, asking the questions that knock down their arrogant assumptions. He is the Socratic gadfly, but he has built a garden where the fly is welcome. Among the tunics and cloaks, there are secrets hidden in plain sight. Two students, Axiothea of Phlius and Lastheneia of Mantinea, are women. They have come to the academy dressed as men, drawn by the siren song of the Republic, where Plato wrote that women should be educated just like guardians. Historians argue about whether Plato knew their secret. It is pleasing to think that the man who claimed to see past the surface of things would have seen through a disguise instantly, and simply didn't care. In the realm of the forms, there is no male or female soul. There is only the rational mind. If Axiothea can solve the problem of the doubling of the cube, she belongs here. Her presence is a quiet testament to the radical nature of this sanctuary. In a city where women are kept in the women's quarters and forbidden from public life, the academy is a pocket universe where the mind has no gender. There is a famous story, often told with a smile, about the lecture on the good. Plato announces a public lecture, and the people of Athens, curious about this mysterious school, flock to hear him. They expect practical advice, how to be happy, how to get rich, how to manage a household. Instead, Plato stands up and speaks for hours about geometry, astronomy, and the number one. The crowd is baffled. They shuffle their feet, they cough. Slowly, they begin to leave. They wanted a self-help seminar. They got a lesson in metaphysics. By the end, only the hardcore students, the initiates, remain. Plato is not discouraged. In fact, he is likely pleased. He has filtered the audience. He has separated the wheat from the chaff. He knows that the good is not a life hack. It is the blinding sun that illuminates all reality, and you cannot look at it directly without training your eyes. As evening falls, the mathematical diagrams are smoothed over, erasing the proofs from the earth, but keeping them in the mind. The community gathers for the syzygia, the common meal. The food is simple: barley cakes, olives, figs, and perhaps some roasted fish if a student received a care package from home. But the conversation is rich. They joke about the featherless biped definition of man. They tease Eudoxus about his obsession with the stars. Plato, the man who writes with such solemnity, is known to have a gentle, ironic humor in person. He warns them against misology, the hatred of arguments, just as one might warn against a hatred of people. He tells them that an unexamined life is not worth living, but he also implies that a life without friendship is unbearable. The academy at night is a place of profound peace. The city of Athens is a distant glow on the horizon, a place of noise and shadow. But here, under the rustling plane trees, the world feels ordered. The students sleep on their pallets, dreaming of perfect circles and eternal forms. They are the guardians of a flame that they hope will one day light the world. They do not know that empires will rise and fall, that Athens will be conquered by Macedon and then by Rome, and that the academy itself will be destroyed and rebuilt over centuries. All they know is that for this brief moment in history, they have found a place where the truth is loved more than power. Plato walks the perimeter of his garden, listening to the nightingales. He has built a fortress of the mind, and for now, the walls are holding. The ignorant of geometry are outside, sleeping in their confusion. Inside, the work of waking up continues, one theorem at a time. The gate is closed, but the mind is wide open. In the quiet hours of the night, when the students are asleep on their pallets and the cicadas have finally ceased their shrill chorus, Plato sits alone in his study. The only sound is the scratching of a reed pen on papyrus, a dry rhythmic friction that sounds like a beetle burrowing through wood. He is doing something that his teacher would have hated. Socrates famously despised writing. He compared written words to painted figures. They look alive, but if you ask them a question, they preserve a solemn silence. Writing, Socrates argued, destroys memory and creates the illusion of wisdom without the reality. It is a dead thing that cannot defend itself. Yet here is his most devoted student, night after night, staining his fingers with ink, disobeying the master in order to save him. Plato is engaged in the most elaborate and successful act of literary necromancy in human history. He is writing the ghost. He is refusing to let the old man die. This act of writing is not merely a recording of history. It is a complex, psychological negotiation. In the early years after the execution, Plato wrote what scholars call the Socratic dialogues, works like the Apology and the Crito, which were likely faithful attempts to capture the actual voice of the man he loved. These were acts of preservation, like making a death mask. But as the years pass in the academy, something shifts. The Socrates on the page begins to change. He stops just asking questions and starts giving answers. He stops claiming ignorance and starts teaching complex theories about the immortality of the soul, the tripartite state, and the world of forms. The real Socrates, the historical gadfly who annoyed the tanners and generals, is slowly being replaced by a literary Socrates, a mouthpiece for Plato's own evolving genius. It is a subtle, ghostly possession. Plato is lending his voice to the dead, but he is also making the dead speak his thoughts. Historians and philologists call this the Socratic problem, the impossible task of untangling where Socrates ends and Plato begins. But for the reader, there is no problem. There is only the magic of the conversation. The format Plato chooses is brilliant and deliberate. He does not write treatises or textbooks. He writes dialogues. He writes plays where the characters are ideas wearing human clothes. By doing this, he honors Socrates' oral method. A dialogue is not a lecture. It is a struggle. It invites the reader to step into the circle, to take a side, to argue back. When you read the Euthyphro, you are not just receiving information. You are standing on the steps of the King Archon's court, watching Socrates dismantle a religious fanatic. You feel the frustration, the humor, and the tension, Plato is using the supreme artistry of the poet he once tried to kill within himself to make philosophy breathe. He understands that truth is not a stone you hand to someone. It is a spark you strike between two stones. The masterpiece of this middle period is undoubtedly the Symposium. It is perhaps the most perfect fusion of literature and philosophy ever written. The setting is a drinking party, a symposium held at the house of the playwright Agathon to celebrate his victory in a drama competition. The wine flows, the flute girls are dismissed, and the men decide to take turns giving speeches in praise of love, eros. It is a scene of immense warmth and sensory richness. We can smell the perfumes, feel the cushions, hear the laughter of slightly tipsy intellectuals. Plato is not there. He is notoriously absent from his own parties, but he directs the scene with the omniscient eye of a ghost. He gives each character a voice that perfectly matches their personality. Aristophanes, the comic playwright, tells a hilarious and touching myth about humans once being round, double creatures who were sliced in half by Zeus, leaving us to wander the earth looking for our other half. It is a story that still defines how we think about soulmates today. But then Socrates speaks, or rather, Plato makes Socrates speak, and he does something extraordinary. He claims he learned the truth about love not from a man, but from a woman, a mysterious priestess named Diotima. Through her voice, Socrates explains that physical attraction is just the bottom rung of a ladder. We start by loving one beautiful body. Then we realize that beauty is shared by all bodies. Then we love beautiful minds, then beautiful laws, until finally we ascend to the love of beauty itself, pure, absolute, and divine. It is the ladder of love. In this moment, Plato is doing something incredibly daring. He is using the setting of a rowdy, all-male drinking party to introduce a mystical, almost religious vision of the soul's ascent. He is mixing the profane and the sacred until you cannot tell them apart. And then he crashes the party. Just as the philosophy reaches its peak, the doors burst open and in stumbles Alcibiades, the brilliant, beautiful, and treacherous general who betrayed Athens. He is drunk, supported by flute girls, wearing a garland of ivy and violets. He does not talk about the forms. He talks about Socrates. He gives a raw, emotional eulogy to the man, comparing him to a Silenus statue, ugly on the outside, but filled with golden statues of gods on the inside. He confesses that Socrates is the only man who ever made him feel shame. It is a moment of heartbreaking human vulnerability. Plato is showing us the tragedy of his teacher's life. Socrates offered the path to the divine, but the city, represented by the drunk Alcibiades, was too in love with itself to take it. The symposium ends not with a conclusion, but with a dawn. The other guests pass out, but Socrates is still awake, sober as a judge, arguing with a bleary-eyed Aristophanes that a comedy writer should also be able to write tragedy. As the sun rises, he simply gets up and walks to the Lyceum to start his day. The mind never sleeps. There is a scholarly debate about whether Diotima was a real person or a fiction invented by Plato. Some argue she is based on a historical figure. Others say Plato created her because he knew that a male Athenian audience would only accept such spiritual wisdom if it came from a foreign woman and a priestess, someone outside their normal hierarchy. But in the narrative flow, it hardly matters. She is the voice of the higher mysteries. By writing these scenes, Plato is achieving a kind of immortality for his friend that flesh and blood could never sustain. The real Socrates died in a prison cell, his legs growing cold. The Socrates of the dialogues is eternally vibrant, eternally drinking, eternally questioning. He is more real than the people who killed him. But there is a cost to this creative power. As Plato writes, he controls the ghost. He makes Socrates champion the ideas that he, Plato, has discovered. Ideas about the abstract forms, the rigid class structures, the mathematical universe. The student has surpassed the master, and in doing so, he has consumed him. It is a loving act of cannibalism. The historical Socrates likely never taught that the soul existed before birth, or that the state should be ruled by a philosopher king. These are Plato's dreams, whispered through Socrates' lips. The ghost has become a puppet, but a puppet so lifelike that we forget the strings. As the scroll rolls up and the ink dries, Plato sits back in the silence of the academy. He has saved his teacher from the hemlock, but he has also trapped him in a cage of words. The dialogue is finished, but the conversation, the endless, looping conversation between the writer and the written, will never end. The sun is coming up over Mount Hymettus, illuminating the olive trees, and the broad-shouldered man blows out his lamp. The ghost is safe for another night. It begins with a walk downhill. I went down to the Piraeus yesterday with Glaucon, son of Ariston. Socrates says in the opening line of the Republic, arguably the most famous single sentence in the history of philosophy. The direction matters. To find the perfect city, they must descend from the quiet heights of Athens into the noise, the grime, and the chaotic energy of the port. The Piraeus is the sailors' district, a place of foreign gods, cheap wine, and dangerous ideas. It is here in the comfortable, torch-lit courtyard of an old shield maker named Cephalus that the longest night of the soul begins. The conversation starts innocently enough, a polite chat about old age and money, but it quickly spirals into a brawl. A wild-eyed sophist named Thrasymachus bursts into the discussion like a wild beast, demanding to be paid for his definition of justice. He shouts that justice is nothing more than the advantage of the stronger. It is a brutal, cynical view. The powerful make the rules to help themselves, and the weak obey and call it justice. It is the philosophy of the tyrant, the philosophy of the wolf. And to defeat this wolf, Socrates proposes a thought experiment that will spiral into a 10-book odyssey. He suggests that trying to find justice in a single human soul is like trying to read small print from a distance. Let us build a city in speech, he says, and see justice writ large. If they can design a perfect society, perhaps they can understand the perfect man. And so, sitting on the cushioned benches while the night deepens outside, they begin to construct the Callipolis, the beautiful city. It is an act of supreme imagination. They build it stone by stone, law by law, using nothing but words. They start with the basics. A city needs farmers to grow food, weavers to make clothes, and shoemakers to make shoes. This is the city of pigs, a simple, healthy community of needs. But Glaucon, Plato's brother, objects. He wants luxury. He wants relishes, perfumes, and courtesans. He wants a fevered city. Socrates sighs but agrees. If we have luxury, we need more land. If we need land, we need war. And if we have war, we need soldiers. Thus, the class of guardians is born. These are not ordinary soldiers. They are philosophical dogs, gentle to their friends and fierce to their enemies. They are the immune system of the state. As the city grows in their minds, the rules become stranger and more rigid. Plato, speaking through Socrates, begins to strip away everything that causes division. Private property? Gone. The guardians will own nothing. They will live in barracks, eating at common tables. If you own a house, you will care more about your roof than the state. Family? Gone. In this city, no child will know their father, and no father will know his son. Wives and children will be held in common. It is a shocking, scandalous proposal that would have made the average Athenian gasp. But Plato is ruthless in his logic. If you love your own son more than your neighbor's son, you will be biased. In the Callipolis, every older man is your father, and every contemporary is your brother. The city is one single giant family. It is a nightmare of uniformity to us, but to a man who saw his own family tear Athens apart in a civil war, it looks like peace. Then comes the purge of the culture. Socrates turns his eyes to the poets, to Homer and Hesiod, the educators of Greece. He bans them. He exiles the storytellers. Why? Because they tell lies about the gods. They show Zeus cheating on his wife, Achilles crying in the dust, and the gods laughing at human misery. In a perfect city, the gods must be perfect, changeless, honest, and good. A guardian who hears stories of weeping heroes might become soft. A guardian who hears stories of deceitful gods might become a liar. So the poets must go. It is the most controversial moment in the book. The artist Plato exiling art for the sake of truth. He creates a censorship so strict that even the musical modes are regulated. No sorrowful flute music, only the stirring rhythms of the Dorian and Phrygian modes. Life in the Callipolis is a life of rigorous mathematical discipline. It is a city without shadows. To hold this fragile structure together, Plato proposes a magnificent deception, the genion pseudos, the noble lie, or more accurately, the noble falsehood. They will tell the citizens a myth. They will say that they were all born from the earth, and that while they were in the womb, a god mixed a metal into their souls. Those meant to rule have gold in their veins. Those meant to fight have silver. And the farmers and craftsmen have iron and bronze. It is a caste system, yes, but one based on merit, not birth. If a golden parent has an iron child, the child goes to the fields. If an iron parent has a golden child, the child rises to the throne. The myth justifies the order. Everyone has a place, and everyone is brother of the earth. It is a lie told to create a truth, stability. Historians and philosophers have argued for 2,000 years about whether Plato actually wanted anyone to build this city. Is the Republic a blueprint for a totalitarian nightmare? Or is it a satire? Is it a manual for politicians? Or is it a metaphor for the individual soul? The text suggests the latter. The three classes of the city, guardians, auxiliaries, producers, correspond exactly to the three parts of the soul: reason, spirit, and appetite. The city is just a man written large. The justice they are looking for is the harmony where reason rules, spirit enforces, and appetite obeys. Perhaps the Callipolis is not a place you can find on a map. It is a state of mind. It is an internal fortress. As the night wears on in the Piraeus, the conversation reaches a dizzying height. They have built the perfect city, but Glaucon asks the fatal question: is it possible? Can this city ever truly exist on earth? Socrates hesitates. He knows the answer. Perfection is not for this world. This world is a place of decay, of shifting opinions, of mud and blood. The perfect triangle exists only in the mind. Draw it in the sand, and it is already flawed. Perhaps, Socrates says softly, there is a pattern of it laid up in heaven for him who wishes to see it. It does not matter if the city exists in Athens or Sparta or Syracuse. It exists within the philosopher. He lives by its laws even if he is surrounded by madness. He is a citizen of a ghost city, a patriot of the ideal. The sensory atmosphere of this dialogue is immense, though it happens entirely in a room. We can feel the exhaustion settling in as the dawn approaches. The wine has been drunk, the oil lamps are sputtering low, casting long, wavering shadows against the walls, shadows that remind us of the cave that is coming next. The listeners are stunned, their minds stretched to the breaking point by the scale of the vision. They have redesigned human nature. They have abolished the family, censored the gods, and crowned the philosophers. It is a terrifying, beautiful, impossible dream, and in the center of it sits Plato, or his ghost puppet Socrates, calm and unblinking, suggesting that unless political power and philosophy are combined in the same person, there will be no end to the evils of the human race. The Callipolis is finished. It stands shimmering in the air, a city of gold and silver words. But now, having built the summit, they must look down into the deepest valley. They must look at where we actually live. They must look at the cave. And now, having built the city of gold in the clouds, Socrates asks Glaucon and us to descend into the dark. He offers an image that will burn itself into the retina of Western thought, a metaphor so powerful that it has been retold in everything from Christian mysticism to the Matrix. It is the allegory of the cave. But tonight, do not think of it as a philosophy lesson. Think of it as a dream. Let the scene construct itself in your mind, not as a diagram, but as a place you can smell and touch. Imagine, Socrates says, human beings living in an underground den. The air here is stale, thick with the smell of damp earth and unwashed bodies. It is cool, a constant grave-like temperature that never changes with the seasons. Down here, deep beneath the surface of the earth, there is a row of prisoners. But these are not criminals who have been captured in war. They are prisoners of birth. They have been here since childhood, their legs and necks chained so tightly that they cannot move. They cannot turn their heads. They can only stare straight ahead at the rough limestone wall of the cave in front of them. Behind them, high up and out of sight, a fire is burning. It crackles and spits, casting a flickering orange glow against the darkness. Between the fire and the prisoners, there is a raised walkway, like a puppet stage. And along this walkway, people are walking. They carry objects, statues of men, figures of animals made of wood and stone, shapes of all kinds. They hold them up so that the light of the fire catches them. The prisoners can't see the fire. They can't see the walkway. They can't see the puppeteers. They can't even see themselves or each other. All they can see are the shadows thrown by the objects onto the wall in front of them. Giant, distorted, dancing silhouettes. When the puppeteers speak, the echo bounces off the cave wall, making it seem as if the shadows themselves are speaking. Socrates asked a chilling question. Were they not supposed that they were naming what was actually before them? To these prisoners, the shadows are not representations. They are not movies. They are the world. A shadow of a book is a book. A shadow of a bird is a bird. They develop a science of shadows. They give prizes to the man who can best remember the sequence of the passing shapes, or who can predict which shadow will come next. They have experts, celebrities, and leaders, all based on their knowledge of outlines on a rock wall. They are perfectly content in their ignorance because they do not know it is ignorance. They are safe. They are home. Then, the violence of truth begins. Consider, Socrates says, what would happen if one was released? Imagine a guard comes and unlocks the rusty chains. He forces the prisoner to stand up. It is an agony. The muscles, atrophied from a lifetime of sitting, scream in protest. The prisoner turns around. For the first time, he looks toward the fire. The light hits his eyes that have only ever known darkness. It is blinding. It is physically painful. He tears up, shielding his face. He cannot see the objects on the walkway. The glare is too intense. If you told him in that moment, look, that wooden bird is real, and the shadow you saw before was a lie, he would not believe you. He would think you are crazy. The shadow was clear. The shadow was comfortable. This bright, blurry thing is a nightmare. He wants to sit back down. He wants the chains back. But the guide does not let him go. The allegory turns from a release into a kidnapping. The prisoner is dragged by force up the rough, steep ascent of the cave mouth. He is hauled over jagged rocks, scraping his skin, fighting every step of the way. He is terrified, and then he is dragged out into the sunlight. If the fire was painful, the sun is an obliteration. It sears his vision. He is completely blinded, unable to see a single one of the things you call real. He hates it. He cowers in the dirt, waiting for his eyes to adjust. And they do, but slowly. At first, he can only look at shadows on the ground, comforting, familiar shapes. Then, he looks at reflections of men and trees in the water. Then, the objects themselves, the actual trees, the actual birds. He touches the bark of an olive tree and feels the texture, the three-dimensional reality of it. He realizes it is solid in a way the shadows never were. Finally, he looks up at the sky. He looks at the moon and the stars, and at last, he dares to look at the sun itself, not its reflection, but the ball of fire in the sky. He realizes that this sun is the cause of everything. It creates the seasons. It gives the light that allows him to see. It is the source of all life. He remembers his friends back in the cave. He remembers their science of shadows, their little prizes for predicting the next silhouette. And he laughs. He pities them. He would rather be a slave in a poor man's house above ground than a king among the prisoners down there. He has woken up. This is the heart of Platonism. The cave is not a dungeon in a fantasy story. The cave is Athens. The cave is Syracuse. The cave is here. The cave is the world of sensory appearance. The shadows are the things we obsess over. Money, fame, viral tweets, political scandals, the fluctuating prices of the stock market. We think they are real. We fight over them. We give prizes to the people who are best at manipulating them. But Plato is whispering to us that they are just projections. The real world, the world of forms, of truth, of the good, is outside, shining in an eternal noon that we are too scared to look at. Scholars often argue about the political implications of this story. Is Plato saying that the masses are too stupid to see the truth? Is it an argument for totalitarian control by the enlightened few? Perhaps, but there is a softer, more personal reading. It is a story about the trauma of education. Learning is not just adding facts to a brain. It is a painful turning of the soul. It hurts to realize you were wrong. It hurts to leave the comfort of your prejudices. Plato is warning us that the truth is not always welcome. When you try to wake someone up from a deep sleep, they do not thank you. They swat your hand away. And there is a final, tragic twist to the story. Socrates asks what would happen if this liberated man went back down into the cave to save his friends. His eyes, now used to the sunlight, would be blind in the darkness. He would stumble. He would look clumsy and foolish. He would not be able to see the shadows anymore. The prisoners would laugh at him. They would say that his journey upwards had ruined his eyes. And if he tried to unchain them and drag them up, they would kill him. The listeners in the room fall silent. They know who he is talking about. The man who went up saw the truth, came back down, looked foolish in the court of law, and was killed by the prisoners. It is the story of Socrates. But it is also a warning to Plato himself. He knows the cost of leaving the cave. He knows that the philosopher will always be a stranger in the world of shadows, a clumsy outsider who can no longer play the game. But as the fire flickers in the house of Cephalus, casting its own shadows on the walls, the choice is clear. You can be comfortable, or you can be free. You cannot be both. The ascent is hard, but the view of the eternal, is the only thing that matters. To step out of the cave is not to enter a new room. It is to enter a new dimension of being. The transition is violent, a assault on the senses that leaves the prisoner gasping, covering his face with hands that suddenly look alien in the brilliance of the day. Plato describes this moment with a kind of clinical empathy, understanding that the first reaction to truth is not joy, but pain. The eyes, accustomed to the murky twilight of the underground, are flooded with photons. Tears stream down the prisoner's face. He is dazed, stumbling on the rocky ground, likely cursing the guide who dragged him up here. He wants to go back to the soft, manageable shadows, back to the world where he knew the rules. Here, the wind feels too sharp against his skin, the sounds of the birds are too loud, and the light, the relentless exposure of the light, is terrifying. He is suffering from aporia, a state of total confusion, but it is a physical aporia. He is a creature of the night, suddenly thrown into the kingdom of noon. But the guide is patient. He does not force the man to look up immediately. He tells him to look down. Look at the ground. It is safer there. And so the prisoner begins the slow, healing process of adjustment. At first, he can only look at shadows. He sees the dark shape of a tree stretching across the grass. He smiles. This he understands. It looks like the wall back home. Then, as his eyes stop watering, he looks at reflections. He peers into a pool of still water and sees the shimmering image of the tree itself, green and brown, wavering in the breeze. It is clearer than a shadow, but still not quite solid. It is a stepping stone. Finally, courage gathering in his chest, he lifts his gaze to the object itself. He looks at the tree. Not a shadow, not a reflection, but the thing itself. He sees the rough texture of the bark, the way the leaves turn silver on the underside when the wind flips them, the complex, chaotic geometry of the branches. It is hyper-real. It has a depth and a solidity that makes the puppets in the cave seem like wisps of smoke. He touches it. It resists his hand. He realizes, with a jolt of vertigo, that for his entire life, he has been in love with ghosts. This is the level of the visible world in Plato's divided line. But we are not done ascending. The allegory pushes further. The prisoner waits for night to fall. It is easier to look at the heavens when the sun is gone. He stares up at the moon and the vast spilled milk of the galaxy. He sees the order of the cosmos, the silent mathematical dance of the spheres that the Pythagoreans whispered about. He realizes that the fire in the cave was just a pathetic, flickering imitation of these celestial lights. The fire needed fuel. It smoked. It could go out. The stars are eternal. They burn with a cold, clean fire that needs no wood. He is beginning to understand the difference between the becoming, the world of things that change and die, and the being, the world of things that simply are. And then, the morning comes, the final test. The prisoner forces himself to look at the source of it all. He looks at the sun. He does not look at it through a smoked glass or a reflection. He looks at the light itself. It is blinding, yes, but he holds his gaze. He sees that the sun is not just another object like a tree or a rock. It is the mother of all objects. It provides the light that makes sight possible. It provides the warmth that allows the seasons to turn and the trees to grow. Without the sun, there is no tree, no reflection, no shadow, no cave, no nothing. The sun is the condition for the possibility of existence. In Plato's philosophy, the sun represents the form of the good, to agatho. This is the hardest and most mystical concept in all of his writing. The good is not just moral behavior, like helping an old lady cross the street. It is the ultimate creative force of the universe. It is God, though Plato rarely uses that word in the religious sense. Just as the physical sun illuminates the physical world, the idea of the good illuminates the world of the mind. It is what makes truth true. It is what makes knowledge knowable. When you understand a mathematical theorem, or feel the beauty of a piece of music, or recognize an act of justice, you are catching a ray of light from the form of the good. It is the battery that powers reality. Scholars and historians have argued for millennia about what exactly Plato meant by the good in his famous unwritten doctrines, teachings that were never written down but reported by his students like Aristotle. Plato reportedly identified the good with the one. It is the singular unity from which all numbers and all existence flow. It is a concept so abstract that even his brightest students struggled with it. There is a story that when Plato announced a lecture on the good, people came expecting to hear about wealth, health, and happiness. When he started drawing diagrams and talking about the one and the indefinite dyad, most of them walked out. It is a bit like attending a seminar on how to be rich and getting a lecture on quantum mechanics. But for the prisoner standing on the hillside, this is not a lecture. It is a religious experience. He realizes that the cave was a prison not because of the chains, but because of the darkness. Evil is not a force that fights against good. Evil is just a shadow. It is just a place where the light hasn't reached yet. The emotional impact of this realization is devastating. The prisoner looks back at the entrance of the cave. He thinks of his friends, the shadow experts, the politicians, the influencers, huddled in the dark, betting on which shape will come next. He remembers the prizes they give each other, the best guesser of the Horse Shadow Award. It all seems so incredibly silly now. It is like watching children play with mud pies while a banquet is set on the table behind them. He feels a profound pity. He realizes that he can never truly go back. Oh, his body might return, but his soul has been burned by the sun. He is ruined for the trivial. This is the clumsiness of the philosopher that Plato warns us about. When you have seen the absolute, it is very hard to get excited about the price of olives or the gossip of the agora. You walk through the world with a secret smile, knowing that the walls are paper and the dramas are dust. But there is a loneliness here too. The sun is beautiful, but it isn't human. It is perfect, indifferent, and silent. The prisoner stands in the radiance of the good, but he stands alone. There is no one to share it with, not yet. He is the only person in his universe who is awake. This is the burden of the philosopher. You climb the mountain to see the view, but once you see it, you realize that the air is too thin for anyone else to breathe. You are separated from humanity by the very thing that makes you human, your reason. As the sun climbs higher in the sky of this upper world, warming the prisoner's back, he makes a choice. He could stay here. He could live in the sunlight forever, contemplating the eternal forms, happy and solitary. It would be a life of pure intellectual bliss. But he remembers the others. He remembers the bond of the chains, and slowly, reluctantly, he turns his back on the sun and looks toward the dark hole in the ground. He has to go back, not because he wants to, but because the good compels him. You cannot see the light and then leave your brothers in the dark. That would be a shadow act. The true test of the sun is not just seeing it, but carrying it with you into the pit. The narrative of the cave is not a story of escape. It is a story of a rescue mission. The prisoner takes a deep breath of the fresh upper air, perhaps the last pure breath he will take for a long time, and begins the descent. The sun remains behind him, burning in the sky, a promise that reality is there, waiting, eternal and patient, for anyone brave enough to open their eyes. To understand the deepest heart of Plato's philosophy, we must leave the blinding sun of the abstract outside and step back into the warm, flickering lamplight of a room in Athens. It is 416 BCE, a few years before the city falls into ruin, and for tonight, the war is forgotten. We are guests at the house of Agathon, a young, handsome playwright who has just won his first victory at the Lenaya festival. The air is thick with the scent of roasted meats, saffron perfume, and the heavy, sweet aroma of unmixed wine. This is the setting of the symposium, a dialogue that is less of an argument and more of a toast to the madness of the human heart. The guests have decided to dismiss the flute girl, a professional entertainer, and entertain themselves instead. They will speak of love. Not the polite, arranged marriage love of the Athenian household, but eros, the wild, desperate, overwhelming desire that drives men to madness and to greatness. One by one, the guests offer their praise. Phaedrus praises love as the oldest god. Pausanias distinguishes between common and heavenly love. The doctor Eryximachus speaks of love as a biological force. But when it is Socrates' turn to speak, the room goes quiet. The ugly, barefoot man with the snub nose does not give a speech. He tells a story. And strangely, for a man who claims to know nothing, he claims to be an expert in this one thing. He begins by dismantling the room's assumptions. Everyone has been praising love as a beautiful, happy god. Socrates shakes his head. Love is not beautiful, he says gently, shocking the host. Love is the desire for beauty, and you only desire what you do not have. Therefore, love must be lacking in beauty. It is a brilliant, logical trap. But then he he shifts gears. He attributes his wisdom to a woman, a mysterious priestess from Mantinea named Diotima. This is a moment of profound narrative disruption. In a male-dominated society where women were silenced and secluded, Plato places the highest spiritual truth in the mouth of a female mystic. Historians and classicists still argue fiercely over whether Diotima was a real historical figure, perhaps a priestess who actually visited Athens to perform purification rituals during the plague, or if she is a literary invention of Plato's, a mask worn by Socrates to challenge the masculine certainty of the room. But whether flesh or fiction, her voice in the dialogue is distinct, authoritative, maternal, and intimidating. She treats Socrates not as a master, but as a slow-witted student. Through her voice, Plato introduces a myth of the birth of love that is as charming as it is deep. On the birthday of Aphrodite, the gods held a feast. Poros, resource or plenty, got drunk on nectar and fell asleep in the garden. Penia, poverty, who was begging at the door, saw him and lay down beside him, hoping to conceive a child who would ease her hardship. The child born of that union was Eros. Because of his mother, love is always poor, rough, barefoot, and homeless, sleeping in doorways, always in need. But because of his father, he is brave, clever, a hunter of beauty, a schemer, and a philosopher. He is the bridge between the mortal and the divine. He is not a god, but a daemon, a spirit that flies between heaven and earth. This image of love as a ragged, clever hunter resonates deeply with the image of Socrates himself. Plato is slyly telling us philosophy is a romance. It is the desperate, resourceful hunt for a truth we do not possess. Then Diotima leads Socrates and us to the ladder of love. It is a roadmap of the human soul's ascent from the mud to the stars. The journey begins, she explains, with the body. A young person falls in love with one beautiful body. It is that rush of infatuation, the obsession with a specific pair of eyes, a specific smile. It feels like the whole world. But if the lover is wise, they soon realize that the beauty in their beloved is related to the beauty in others. A beautiful body is just one instance of a pattern. The lover's heart expands. They begin to love all beautiful bodies. The obsession with that one person fades into a wider appreciation of physical form. The fever breaks, replaced by a warmer, broader light. But we must climb higher. The next rung is the realization that the beauty of the soul is more precious than the beauty of the body. The lover begins to value the mind, the character, the virtues of a person, even if their body is unlovely. This is the stage where the Socratic relationship blooms, the love of teacher and student, where the goal is not physical pleasure, but the birthing of noble thoughts. They give birth in beauty by discussing justice, temperance, and wisdom. The relationship becomes a workshop for the soul. Then, the view widens again. From beautiful people, the lover looks at beautiful laws and institutions. They see the beauty in a well-ordered city, in a just constitution, in the customs that shape a good society. They realize that the beauty of a human face is fleeting, but the beauty of justice lasts for centuries. Then they move to the beauty of knowledge itself, the sciences, the mathematics, the astronomy. They look at the vast sea of knowledge and feel a thrill that is devoid of jealousy or possession. They are in love with the structure of reality. Finally comes the summit. The lover, having been trained by these lesser loves, suddenly catches sight of something wondrous. A nature of wondrous beauty Diotima whispers. It is the form of beauty itself. It is not a face or a hand or a speech or a science. It does not exist in one place or another. It is not beautiful today and ugly tomorrow. It is the beautiful itself, absolute, separate, simple, and everlasting. All other beautiful things, a sunset, a poem, a lover, are just splashing around in the shallows of this vast ocean. They take their beauty from it, but they do not diminish it. Plato describes this final vision as a kind of immortality. When a human being touches this level of reality, they are no longer just a mortal animal. They have become a friend of the gods. They have given birth to true virtue, not just the shadow of virtue. The sensory language here is overwhelming. Plato speaks of it as a sudden revelation, a flash of lightning that illuminates the landscape of the soul. It is an erotic experience, but the object of desire is the universe. This doctrine changes the way we think about platonical love. In modern English, platonic love usually means a friendship without sex. But to Plato, it meant something far more radical. It meant a love that uses the sexual impulse as fuel for a rocket ship to the divine. You don't deny the desire, you sublimate it. You take the energy that wants to possess a body and you turn it toward possessing the truth. It is a dangerous, high-stakes alchemy. Most people fall off the ladder. They get stuck on the first rung, obsessed with bodies, chasing shadows of beauty until they die. Or they get stuck on the level of honor and politics. Only the philosopher, the true lover, has the stamina to climb all the way to the top and stare into the sun. As Socrates finishes recounting this speech, the silence in Agathon's house must have been heavy, hanging in the air like the smoke from the lamps. He has just told a room full of flirtatious, drunk men that their romantic escapades are just the kindergarten of love. He has told them that they are playing with toys while the real treasure waits in the clouds. He sits back, his snub-nosed face composed, having turned a drinking party into a sermon on the mystical union with the divine. He is the only one in the room who is truly sober. Not because he hasn't drunk the wine, he drinks everyone under the table, but because he is drunk on something much stronger. He is drunk on the form of the good. And in the quiet that follows, before the doors burst open and the chaos of the world rushes back in, we are left with the haunting image of the ladder. It stands there, invisible in the center of the room, inviting us to start climbing, to leave the comfort of the particular for the terror and the glory of the universal. The party is about to get loud again. But for a moment, the roof has dissolved, and the stars are looking down, waiting to be loved. But before the conversation ascended the steep, ethereal ladder to the divine, it wandered through a warmer, more human valley. To understand the full texture of that legendary night at Agathon's house, we must listen to another voice. A voice that was not interested in abstract forms or geometric perfection, but in the messy, aching reality of human loneliness. Reclining on a couch near Socrates was Aristophanes, the famous comic playwright of Athens. He was the man who had made a career out of mocking the powerful, the pompous, and even Socrates himself. In his play The Clouds, he had depicted Socrates as a dangerous fool floating in a basket. Yet here they were, sharing a drink, enemies and friends bound together by the truce of the wine cup. Aristophanes is not a philosopher in the rigid sense, he is a storyteller. And on this night, he is also suffering from a very human ailment, a stubborn case of the hiccups. It is a touch of delightful, grounding humor that Plato includes in the text, the great comedian unable to speak because his own body is rebelling against him. After sneezing violently to cure himself, a trick suggested by the doctor Eryximachus, Aristophanes wipes his nose, takes a sip of wine, and begins to spin a myth that has outlasted his own plays. It is the story of why we feel incomplete. Long ago, he begins, his voice likely rasping with the theatrical flair of a man used to writing for the stage. Human nature was not what it is now. In the beginning, he explains, we dare not walk upright on two legs. We were round. We were spheres. We were double creatures, powerful and complete. Imagine a being with 4 arms and 4 legs, with a single head that had 2 faces looking in opposite directions. These circle people were magnificent. They could walk forward or backward, but when they wanted to run, they cartwheeled, rolling over and over on their 8 limbs like tumbling acrobats. They were incredibly strong, and because they were round, they were perfect. They had no need for anyone else. They were self-contained universes. There were 3 genders, Aristophanes says. The children of the sun, double male, the children of the earth, double female, and the children of the moon, androgynous, half male and half female. They were happy, but they were also arrogant. In their hubris, these rolling humans decided to storm the heavens. They built a ladder to the sky, intending to attack the gods and take their place. Zeus, the king of the gods, looked down from Mount Olympus in alarm. He was in a bind. If he killed them all with lightning bolts, as he had done to the Titans, he would lose the sacrifices and worship they provided. Gods need humans just as much as humans need gods. But he could not let their insolence continue. He sat in his throne thinking, until a cruel idea struck him. I have a plan, Zeus said. I will not kill them. I will humble them. I will slice them in two, like a sorb apple cut for pickling, or like an egg cut with a hair. It was a surgical solution to a political problem. By cutting them in half, he would double the number of tribute-paying humans, while simultaneously halving their strength. It was the original divide and conquer. So, the great surgery began. Zeus ordered Apollo, the god of healing, to do the work. One by one, the circle people were sliced apart. Apollo turned their faces around to look towards the cut side, so they would always be reminded of their separation. He gathered the loose skin at the center of the belly and tied it in a knot, what we now call the navel. The navel, Aristophanes reminds the hushed room, is a scar. It is the permanent reminder of the wound that made us human. After the surgery, the two halves were left desperate and confused. They ran toward each other, wrapping their arms around their missing half, clinging together, refusing to eat or drink, wishing only to be welded back into a single whole. They began to die of hunger and sorrow in each other's arms. Zeus, taking pity on his broken creations, or perhaps worried about his lost revenue, made one final adjustment. He moved their reproductive organs to the front, allowing them to embrace and find a fleeting satisfaction, a momentary return to unity that would allow them to go back to work. This, Aristophanes says, looking around the room with wet, wine-bright eyes, is the origin of our desire. Love is not a game. It is not a negotiation. It is a recovery mission. We are each a symbolon, a tally, one half of a broken coin. We spend our entire lives wandering the earth, looking for the piece that fits perfectly into our jagged edges. When we find that person, we are lost in an amazement of love and friendship and intimacy. We do not want to be separated from them, not even for a moment. If Hephaestus, the smith god, were to come to a pair of lovers lying in bed and ask, "Do you want me to melt you together and weld you into one so that you never have to be apart again, even in death?" Aristophanes argues that every human being would say yes. That is what we are craving. We are craving the ancient nature. We are trying to heal the wound of existence. It is a stunningly beautiful, tragic, and deeply romantic story. It resonates on a frequency that Diotima's high-minded ladder sometimes misses. Diotima tells us to transcend people, to love the abstract. Aristophanes tells us that we need people to feel whole. He captures the frantic, sticky, desperate quality of human attachment. Historians and literary critics often point out the irony here. Plato puts the most romantic definition of love into the mouth of a comedian, perhaps suggesting that there is something slightly ridiculous about this desperate clinging. Are we really just looking for a lost half? Is love just a nostalgia for a time when we were round balls? Or is Plato admitting, through the voice of his rival, that this is how love feels to most of us? We don't feel like we are climbing a ladder. We feel like we are coming home. The atmosphere in the room softens as the story ends. The hiccups are gone. The guests are smiling, perhaps thinking of their own missing halves. It is a moment of profound psychological insight wrapped in a fairy tale. Plato understands that we are creatures of lack. We are defined by what we are missing. The soulmate myth offers a comforting explanation for that emptiness. It tells us that the loneliness is not our fault. It is a divine punishment, and the cure is out there, walking around on two legs, looking for us. It is a lullaby for the anxious heart. But the night does not end with a wedding. It ends with a challenge. As the applause for Aristophanes dies down, the shadow of the ladder returns. Plato allows the myth to stand, but he places it lower than the truth. Finding your other half is a beautiful comfort, but it is not the end of the journey. Even if you found your other half, you would still be two mortals, doomed to die. The only way to be truly whole, Plato insists, is to connect with the eternal. But for tonight, in the golden haze of the symposium, the guests are content to dream of being circles again. The wine jar is empty. The slaves bring another. The conversation drifts. The heavy eyelids of the drinkers begin to droop. And then, just as the philosophical dawn is breaking, reality intrudes. The door to the courtyard crashes open. A band of revelers, fresh from another party, bursts in, bringing with them a blast of cool night air and the chaotic noise of the street. The order of the symposium is shattered. People start drinking without rules. The flute girl returns. The philosophical structure collapses into a party. One by one, the guests fall asleep on the couches. Aristophanes curls up and snores. Agathon drifts off. Only Socrates remains awake, immune to the wine and the fatigue, watching the sun come up, his mind as clear as a diamond. He tucks his sleeping friends in, metaphorically, and walks out into the morning light of Athens to go to the Lyceum. The dream is over. The work of the day begins. But for Plato, writing this decades later in the quiet of his academy, the memory of that night is a jewel he keeps turning in his hand. He is preserving a world that is gone. The golden age of Athens, the laughter of Aristophanes, the beauty of Alcibiades, the wisdom of Socrates, it has all been swept away by war and time. Writing is his way of defying Zeus. He cannot weld the people back together, but he can weld their voices onto the page, creating a unity that death cannot cut apart. The myth of soulmates is a story about bodies, but the symposium itself is a soulmate search of the mind. Plato is trying to merge his soul with Socrates to become one complete philosopher, rolling through history, impervious to the lightning bolts of oblivion. The scroll is rolled up, the ink is dry, and the silence of history descends again, waiting for the next summons, which will come not from a lover, but from a king. The seasons turn in the grove of Academus. The leaves of the plane trees brown and fall, carpeting the paths in gold, only to be swept away by the wet winds of winter, followed by the soft, insistent green of another spring. 20 years have passed since Plato established his sanctuary. He is no longer the broad-shouldered wrestler in his prime, nor the fiery wanderer seeking secrets in Egypt. He is 60 years old. His beard is white, his joints likely ache when the damp sea mist rolls in from the Piraeus, and he has settled into the role he thought he would play until death, the gardener of souls. He has written The Republic. He has trained a generation of brilliant minds. He has created a world where he is safe, respected, and listened to. The trauma of the trial, the terror of the slave market, the disappointment of the first Sicilian voyage, these are old scars now, faded and smooth. He has every reason to stay put. He has earned his rest, but history has a cruel habit of knocking on the door just when you have finally taken off your sandals. In 367 BCE, a ship arrives from the west. It carries a letter that will shatter the peace of the academy. The letter is from Dion, the intense young man Plato had met in Syracuse 2 decades ago. But Dion is no longer young, and the news he brings is seismic. The monster is dead. Dionysius I, the paranoid tyrant who burned his own beard and threatened to sell Plato into slavery, has finally succumbed to his own excesses. Rumor has it he drank himself to death, celebrating a prize for a tragedy he wrote, a fittingly dramatic end for a man who treated life like a bad play. Now, his son sits on the throne. Dionysius II is 30 years old, uneducated, inexperienced, and, according to Dion, lonely. He is a blank slate. Dion writes with a frantic evangelical urgency. Now, if ever, is the time. He tells Plato that the young king is ready to be molded. He is not hard and calcified like his father. He wants to learn, he wants to be wise. If Plato comes now, they can do the impossible. They can build the Callipolis, the beautiful city, not in the clouds, but on the bedrock of the most powerful state in the Mediterranean. Plato holds the papyrus in his hands, and we can imagine the chill that runs through him. It is the call of duty, but it sounds suspiciously like a trap. He remembers the court of Syracuse, the spies, the gluttony, the omnipresent threat of violence. He remembers the humiliation of the auction block. Why would he go back? He describes his hesitation in his 7th letter, a document that serves as his autobiography and apology. He says he felt ashamed to be seen as a man of mere words, logos, unwilling to touch the work, ergon, of reality. If he stays in the garden, he proves his critics right. Philosophy is a game for old men and boys, useless in the real world. If he goes, he risks his life, but he might save a city. It is the ultimate test of his own teachings. He wrote in the Republic that the philosopher must be dragged back down into the cave to rule. Now, the cave is calling him by name. There is a scholarly debate about how much pressure was put on him. Some historians suggest that the Pythagorean community in Italy, led by his old friend Archytas, also wrote to him, urging him to accept. They saw a chance to install one of their own on a throne. It was a geopolitical full-court press. Plato is cornered by his own reputation. He is the expert on justice. How can he refuse a consultation? The decision to leave is heavy with foreboding. He looks at his academy, at the young men walking in the shade, discussing the nature of the good. He is leaving this paradise of reason for a den of wolves. He appoints Eudoxus as the acting head of the school, a mathematician to keep the books balanced while the master is away. He packs his scrolls, his few tunics, and perhaps a warm cloak for the sea voyage. He is an old man going to war, but his weapon is a syllabus. He plans to conquer the tyrant, not with a sword, but with geometry. The voyage this time is different. He is not a refugee or a wanderer. He is a dignitary. He travels on a ship sent by the tyrant himself, likely adorned with purple sails. But as the coast of Attica fades into the distance, Plato must feel a profound sense of dislocation. He is leaving the realm of being, the stable, changeless world of the academy, and returning to the realm of becoming, the shifting, dangerous world of politics. He knows deep down that the odds are against him. He knows that human nature is stubborn. But there is a flicker of hope, the eternal optimism of the teacher. Maybe, he thinks, maybe this time it will be different. Maybe the boy will listen. As the ship approaches the great harbor of Syracuse, the sensory assault begins again. The noise of the port, the smell of money and fish, the towering white walls of the fortress on Ortygia. The crowds are cheering. They have heard that the great Athenian wizard is coming to turn their young king into a sage. There is a carnival atmosphere. But as Plato steps onto the dock, he sees the faces of the courtiers, the sycophants, the party animals, the men who thrived under the old tyrant's corruption. They are not cheering. They are watching. They know that if this old man succeeds, their party is over. If Plato teaches the king to love wisdom, he will stop loving wine and flattery. The battle lines are drawn before he even unpacks his bags. The philosopher has arrived, but the cave is ready for him. The shadows are gathering to protect their territory. The young man sitting on the throne of Syracuse is not the monster his father was, but in some ways, he is more dangerous because he is more disappointing. Dionysius II is a study in unfulfilled potential. He has lived his entire life in the shadow of a terrifying parent, kept shut away in the women's quarters, uneducated and unexposed to the world, for fear that he might plot a coup. He is 30 years old, but he has the emotional maturity of a teenager. He is eager, impressionable, and desperate for approval. When Plato arrives, the young king does not look at him with suspicion, but with a wide-eyed, puppy dog adoration. He wants to be wise. He wants to be the philosopher king that everyone is talking about. He treats Plato not as a tutor, but as a celebrity guest, showering him with gifts and refusing to let him out of his sight. For a brief, dizzying moment, it seems that Dion was right. The miracle is happening. The transformation of the palace on Ortygia is one of the most surreal episodes in ancient history. Under Plato's influence, the center of Mediterranean tyranny becomes a makeshift university. Plutarch tells us that the floors of the palace, floors usually polished for dancing or stained with wine, are suddenly covered in sand. This is not for wrestling. It is for geometry. The king and his courtiers are down on their hands and knees, drawing triangles and circles in the dust. Imagine the scene. Men in silk robes, men who command navies and sign death warrants, struggling to prove the Pythagorean theorem while the dust smears their expensive tunics. It is a geometry craze. Everyone wants to be seen doing it because the king is doing it. If you aren't drawing a circle, you aren't in the inner circle. Plato, however, is not fooled by the fashion. He knows that true philosophy is not a hobby. It is a restructuring of the soul. He begins the young king's education not with high politics, but with the basics. He insists on the rigorous study of mathematics and astronomy. He tells Dionysius that before he can rule men, he must learn to rule himself. He must curb his appetites. He must stop the endless banquets. He must find the good in the abstract before he can apply it to the state. It is a grueling regimen. Plato is trying to undo 30 years of spoiling in a few months. He is trying to turn a soft, wine-soaked sponge into a piece of granite. And here lies the problem. Dionysius II loves the idea of being a philosopher. He loves the title. He loves the way it makes him look intellectual and deep. But he hates the work. Geometry is hard. It is repetitive. It does not flatter you. When you make a mistake in a proof, the sand does not lie to spare your feelings. The young tyrant begins to yawn. He begins to look out the window at the harbor, where his warships are bobbing in the sunlight, waiting for a command. He starts to miss the parties. He starts to wonder why this grim old Athenian is making him work so hard when he owns the whole island. While the king's attention wavers, the enemies of philosophy are busy sharpening their knives. The old guard of the court, led by the historian Philistus, who had been exiled but is now recalled to balance the power, begins a campaign of whispers. They do not attack Plato directly. That would be too dangerous while the king is still infatuated. They attack Dion. They whisper that Dion is using the old philosopher as a Trojan horse. Look, they say to the king, Plato is distracting you with shapes and stars so that Dion can take control of the army. He is lulling you to sleep with geometry while he steals your kingdom. It is a potent poison. It plays perfectly into the paranoia that runs in the family blood. The atmosphere in the palace shifts. The sand is swept away from the floors. The geometry lessons become less frequent. The banquets return, louder and wilder than before. Plato watches this slide with a sinking heart. He sees the glazed look in the king's eyes, the forced smiles, the sudden silences when Dion enters the room. He realizes he is not dealing with a student. He is dealing with a bored addict who is returning to his drug of choice, power. The crisis breaks not with a shout, but with a piece of paper. The faction of Philistus produces a letter, likely forged or misinterpreted, that Dion supposedly sent to the Carthaginians, the mortal enemies of Syracuse. They accuse him of treason. Dionysius, his paranoia now fully ignited, does not hold a trial. He invites Dion to the palace for a friendly walk along the seawall. As they walk, talking of friendship, the king suddenly signals his guards. They seize Dion, drag him to a waiting ship, and unceremoniously dump him on the coast of Italy. He is exiled. The man who brought Plato there, the only true philosopher in the palace, is gone. Now Plato is alone. He is truly a prisoner in a gilded cage. Dionysius, with the strange erratic logic of a narcissist, insists that Plato stay. He claims he loves Plato even more than Dion did. He moves Plato into the inner sanctum of the palace, technically an honor, But in reality, it means Plato is under house arrest, surrounded by the king's personal mercenaries. The wild beast guards, as they are called, look at the Athenian with cold eyes. They know he is Dion's friend. They finger the hilts of their swords. Plato writes later that he felt like a bird looking longingly at the sky from a cage. He has to play a dangerous game. He must continue to tutor the erratic king, pretending that everything is fine, while desperately looking for a way to escape without triggering the tyrant's temper. The geometry lesson is over. The lesson in survival has begun. The shadows of the cave have fought back, and for now, they are winning. The Palace of Ortygia is one of the most beautiful prisons ever built. It is a complex of airy courtyards, marble colonnades, and gardens that smell of jasmine and lemon blossoms, perched on an island fortress surrounded by the sparkling Ionian Sea. But for Plato, now living in the very heart of the tyrant's compound, the beauty is a mockery. He is trapped in what historians might call a golden handcuffs scenario, but the danger is far more visceral than mere detention. He is living in the garden house, a residence reserved for the king's most intimate companions, which means he is effectively sleeping in the lion's den. Outside his door, the king's personal bodyguards, mercenaries of unknown or barbarian origin, patrol with heavy spears. These men do not care about the theory of forms. They care about their pay, and they know that this Athenian intellectual is trying to cut their wages by turning their warlord master into a pacifist. Plato mentions in his letters that some of these soldiers were heard muttering that they would like to cut his throat. Every shadow in the hallway looks like an assassin. Every footstep could be the executioner. But the true torture is not the fear of death. It is the suffocating, possessive friendship of the tyrant. Dionysius II does not want to kill Plato. He wants to consume him. With Dion gone, the young king focuses all his needy, narcissistic energy on the philosopher. He wants to be Plato's favorite. He wants to be loved more than Dion was loved. It is a psychological horror story. The captor who demands affection from his hostage. Dionysius throws tantrums. He offers Plato vast sums of money, chests of gold that would make him the richest man in Athens. Plato refuses them all with a polite, stony silence, which only makes the king desire his approval more. Why do you prefer Dion? The king whines. Dion is arrogant. I am the king. I can give you anything. Plato looks at this boy man who commands a fleet of triremes but cannot command his own temper, and sees the terrifying hollowness of a soul that has never been told no. It is during this period of confinement that Plato likely realizes the fatal flaw in his political theory. He had believed that education could change a soul, but he discovers that some souls are like wood covered in varnish. They can shine on the outside. They can memorize the phrases and the arguments, but the wood underneath remains rotten. Dionysius learns the language of philosophy. He starts using the jargon. He argues with his courtiers about virtue and justice, but it is a performance. He wears philosophy like a new cloak, simply to show off. He holds intellectual symposia, where he repeats things he heard Plato say, claiming them as his own insights. It is the ancient equivalent of a student plagiarizing a paper and then demanding an A+. Plato watches this pantomime with a deep, weary sadness. He realizes that you can't teach someone who already thinks they know everything. The lie in the soul is too deep. There is a scholarly debate, one that touches on the very nature of historical evidence. about how long this imprisonment actually lasted. Was it a few months? A year? The seventh letter is our only real guide, and it paints a picture of a prolonged, agonizing negotiation. Plato tries to leave. Dionysius begs him to stay. Plato claims he misses his school. Dionysius promises to build him a new school right there in Syracuse. It is a lover's quarrel where one side has an army. The tension reaches a breaking point when war distracts the king. A conflict breaks out, perhaps a rebellion in Sicily or a skirmish with the Carthaginians, and Dionysius needs to focus on military matters. He can no longer babysit his Athenian pet. He makes a deal. He tells Plato, "Go home. The season is turning bad for sailing, but go now. When the war is over, I will send for you again, and I promise, I swear by the gods, that I will bring Dion back too, and we will all be friends." It is a lie, and both men likely know it, but it is the opening of the cage door. Plato does not hesitate. He packs his things. He does not take the gold. He takes only his life and his integrity, both battered but intact. As he walks down the gangplank onto the ship that will finally take him away from the island of spies, he must look back at the fortress of Ortygia with a mixture of relief and failure. He had come to create a utopia. He leaves behind a tyranny that is perhaps even more unstable than before, because now the tyrant thinks he is a philosopher. However, the gilded cage has one final strange legacy. Before he leaves, or perhaps during the height of the geometry craze, Plato and Dionysius have a conversation that becomes legendary. Dionysius claims he understands the deepest mysteries of Plato's thought. He claims he knows the first principles of the universe. Plato tests him. He gives him a riddle, a vague outline of the truth, to see if the king's mind can fill in the gaps. He writes later, "I did not show him the whole thing, for if the flame is kindled in the soul, it feeds itself." He waits to see if Dionysius catches fire. He does not. The king just nods, pretending to understand, adding it to his collection of trivia. This moment confirms for Plato that writing philosophy is dangerous. If you write it down, people like Dionysius will read it, memorize it, and think they own it. True knowledge must be written on the soul, not on paper. This failure in Syracuse might be the very reason why Plato never wrote a treatise explaining his secret doctrine. He saw what happens when pearls are cast before swine. The swine just wear them as a necklace and continue to eat mud. The ship pulls away. The white walls of Syracuse shrink into the distance. The sea air is cold and clean, scrubbing the scent of the palace perfume from his clothes. He is free. But he is not the same man who arrived. He is older. He is disillusioned. The dream of the philosopher king has been tested in the laboratory of reality, and the beaker has exploded. He returns to Athens not as a conquering hero, but as a survivor. The beautiful city is further away than ever. But as the coast of Attica appears on the horizon, glowing violet in the evening light, he knows one thing. The academy is still there. The trees are still there. The true students, the ones who love the truth more than the power, are waiting. The cage of Syracuse was made of gold, but the garden of Athens is made of freedom. And for a philosopher, freedom is the only currency that counts. The Ionian Sea is a vast, heaving expanse of indigo, a liquid desert that cares nothing for kings or philosophers. As the ship carrying Plato cuts through the waves, putting mile after mile of salt water between him and the gilded prison of Syracuse, the tension that has knotted his shoulders for months begins to unravel. He is escaping. The white cliffs of Sicily, which had looked so much like a promise when he arrived, now fade into the mist like the teeth of a receding monster. He stands on the stern deck, wrapped in a heavy wool cloak against the biting wind, watching the wake of the ship foam and dissolve. It is a perfect metaphor for his political ambitions. He came to build a city of stone that would last forever. He leaves having built nothing but a few sandcastles of geometry that the tide of tyranny has already washed away. He is 60 years old. He is tired. He is seasick. And yet, he has never felt more alive. The failure is bitter, but the freedom is sweet. There is a specific kind of joy in surviving a mistake. A quiet exhilaration in realizing that you walked into the fire and walked out again, singed but breathing. The journey home is not a direct line. The winds of the ancient Mediterranean are fickle masters. The ship is forced to stop, or perhaps it is a planned respite, at the sanctuary of Olympia. It is the height of the games. The entire Greek world has gathered in the sacred valley of Elis to watch men run, box, and wrestle for crowns of wild olive. It is a sensory explosion. The smell of roasting ox meat from the great sacrifices to Zeus, the shouting of thousands of spectators, the dust rising in golden clouds from the stadium. For Plato, this is a return to the scenes of his own youth, to the wrestling pits where he earned his name, Brody. But the man who walks through the crowd now is not an athlete. He is a legend. There is a historical anecdote preserved by the chaotic memory of tradition that captures this moment beautifully. Plato stays in a simple tent, sharing quarters with strangers, average Greeks who have no idea who he is. He eats with them, jokes with them, listens to their stories about their farms and their families. He is charming, simple, and utterly unpretentious. He does not mention the academy. He does not mention the tyrant of Syracuse. To these tentmates, he is just a kind old man named Aristocles. Later, when the games are over, and they invite him to visit them in their home city, they ask him, "By the way, do you hear much about that famous philosopher Plato? We would love to meet him." Plato smiles, perhaps with that twinkle in his eye that his students loved, and says softly, "I am Plato." The strangers are stunned. They expected a statue. They got a human being. It is a testament to the fact that the man who wrote about the sky-high world of forms never lost his touch with the earth. He could still share a meal of bread and cheese with strangers and make them feel like kings. But the stop at Olympia is brief. The pull of home is stronger than the allure of the games. The ship pushes on, rounding the treacherous Cape Malea, where the currents swirl like the arguments of sophists, and finally turning north into the Saronic Gulf. And then he sees it, the Violet Crown, the Acropolis of Athens, rising from the plain, bathed in the soft pink light of the setting sun. It is a sight that brings tears to the eyes of every Athenian exile. The Parthenon is there, glowing like a beacon of reason. The long walls are gone, destroyed long ago, but the city endures. It is dirty, noisy, democratic, and chaotic. Everything Plato criticizes in his books, but it is his. It is the only place on earth where he is truly understood. He disembarks at the Piraeus. He does not linger in the port. He walks past the taverns, past the shield makers, past the spot where he and Socrates once set up the city in speech, all those years ago. He walks up the road, through the Dibelon gate, and out into the quiet countryside. The dust of the road feels familiar under his sandals. The smell changes from the brine of the sea to the resin of pine and the dry sweetness of thyme. He reaches the wall of the academy. He pushes open the gate. The scene of his return is one of the most heartwarming, unwritten chapters of philosophy. Imagine the students looking up from their diagrams. Imagine the hush that falls over the grove. The master is back. Eudoxus, the faithful deputy, lightly rushes forward, his face lighting up. Speusippus, Plato's nephew, embraces him. They see that he is thinner. They see the new lines etched into his face by the stress of the tyrant's court. But they also see that he is safe. The golden chain of the academy remains unbroken. That night, there is no grand banquet with gold cups and dancing girls. There is a simple meal under the stars. They eat figs, olives, and bread. They drink wine mixed with clear, cool water from the garden's well. And they talk. Plato does not tell them about the luxury of the palace. He tells them about the failure of the mission. He tells them, with the honesty of a scientist reporting a failed experiment, that the philosopher king is a dream that cannot be forced. You cannot plant a seed in stone. He admits his defeat. And in doing so, he teaches them a lesson more valuable than any success could offer: the integrity of knowing your limits. As the night deepens and the students drift off to sleep, Plato remains awake for a while, listening to the wind in the plane trees. He is back in the garden. He realizes now that this is his true republic. It is not a city of stone with armies and laws. It is this small, fragile community of friends seeking the truth together. The beautiful city exists wherever 2 or 3 are gathered in the name of philosophy. He has traveled the world, Egypt, Italy, Sicily, looking for the answers, only to find that the best place to look for them is in his own backyard. He feels a profound sense of closure. The wandering years are finally, truly over. He will not go back to Syracuse. He will not chase princes. He will stay here, in the shade, and he will write. He will write until his fingers cramp. He will write The Laws, a book of pragmatic, grumpy, realistic advice for real cities, abandoning the utopian dreams of the Republic. He is done with the ideal. He is ready to settle for the possible. The sea is behind him. The storm is over. The broad-shouldered man leans back against the rough bark of an olive tree, closes his eyes, and for the first time in years, he sleeps without a guard at his door. He is home. While Plato was risking his life in the West, navigating the treacherous politics of tyrants, a different kind of revolution was arriving quietly at the gates of the academy in the East. It comes in the form of a 17-year-old boy from Stagyra, a wild northern town on the edge of the Macedonian frontier. His name is Aristotle. He does not look like the typical Athenian ascetic. Tradition tells us he was something of a dandy. He wore rings on his fingers, a flashy, unphilosophical affectation. He cut his hair short in the fashionable military style, not the long flowing locks of the old academics. He spoke with a slight lisp, and he had small eyes that missed absolutely nothing. He arrives not as a beggar, but as a young man of means, the son of the court physician, to the king of Macedon. This parentage is crucial. Plato is the son of aristocrats and politicians. Aristotle is the son of a doctor. Plato grew up hearing about laws and constitutions. Aristotle grew up hearing about anatomy, herbs, and the messy, bloody realities of the human body. This difference in their bloodlines will define the next 2,000 years of human thought. When Plato returns from Sicily, battered and weary, he finds this northern prodigy already ensconced in the grove, devouring knowledge with a hunger that borders on the terrifying. The meeting between Plato and Aristotle is not a clash of swords, but a collision of two planets with different gravities. Plato is the sky, Aristotle is the earth. There is a famous Renaissance painting by Raphael, the School of Athens, that perfectly captures this dynamic. In the center, an old Plato points one finger upward toward the heavens, toward the invisible world of forms. Next to him, a young Aristotle holds his hand out flat, palm down, hovering over the earth. He is saying, "The truth is here, master. It is in the starfish, the rock, the government constitution, the tragic play." Plato looks for the unity of all things. Aristotle looks for the distinctions between them. Plato wants to leave the cave. Aristotle wants to redecorate it, categorize the shadows, and understand exactly how the fire works. Despite their differences, or perhaps because of them, a deep, complex bond forms between the 60-year-old master and the teenage student. Plato gives him a nickname. He calls him the mind, nous, of the school. It is a compliment of the highest order, acknowledging that while other students struggle to keep up, Aristotle is already racing ahead. But he also calls him the reader. This is a more double-edged title. Plato, who learned from the oral tradition of Socrates, views books with suspicion. He thinks they weaken the memory. But Aristotle is a hoarder of scrolls. He builds the first great library in history, right there in his quarters. He is the first true scholar, the man who wants to write everything down, categorize every plant, every animal, every poem. He is the original encyclopedist. The relationship is not without its friction. Ancient gossip loves to paint them as enemies, claiming that Aristotle was ungrateful, that he kicked Plato like a foal kicks its mother after nursing. But this is likely an exaggeration. They lived together in that garden for 20 years. You do not stay 20 years with a man you hate. It is more likely a relationship of intense, loving, intellectual combat. We can imagine them walking under the plane trees, Plato, tall and broad, moving slowly, speaking in myths and metaphors. Aristotle, sharp and quick, interrupting with, "But surely, master, we must look at the evidence." Plato likely sees in Aristotle the son he never had, but a son who refuses to simply inherit the family business. Aristotle takes Plato's ideas and dissects them on a table. He accepts the forms, but he pulls them down from heaven and puts them inside the objects. The form of a frog is not in the sky. It is in the frog. It is what makes the frog a frog. For the aging Plato, Aristotle represents a challenge to his entire life's work. Plato has spent decades arguing that the physical world is a deception, a place of decay to be transcended. Now comes this genius kid who loves the physical world, who collects specimens of sea urchins and beetles, who thinks that studying the gut of a fish is a holy activity. It must have been exasperating. It must have been exhilarating. The academy becomes a two-headed creature. On one side, the mathematicians and mystics looking up. On the other, the biologists and logicians looking down. As the years pass, Aristotle begins to teach rhetoric in the academy, challenging the superficial school of Isocrates. He wears his rings, he lisps his lectures, and he dazzles the students. But he never challenges Plato's leadership. He waits, he respects the hierarchy. He knows that he is the foreigner, the metic, the outsider in Athens. He cannot own property, he cannot vote. The academy is his only home, and Plato is his protector. The affection between them is the affection of two men who know they are the only two people in the world who can truly understand each other's jokes. There is a sadness in this era of the academy too. Plato knows he is dying. He knows that his nephew Speusippus, a decent mathematician but a mediocre mind, will likely inherit the school because of family ties. He knows that Aristotle is the better philosopher, but Aristotle is a foreigner and cannot legally inherit the property. The foal will eventually have to leave the stable. But for now, the old man and the young man walk together in the fading light. The sun catches the silver olive leaves and the gold of Aristotle's rings. The conversation continues, the endless, circular, beautiful argument between the ideal and the real, between the ghost and the machine. It is the conversation that is still going on inside your head right now. Are you a Platonist, dreaming of a perfect world? Or are you an Aristotelian, trying to make sense of this one? In the twilight of the grove, the two paths diverge, but they start from the same shared silence. The candles are burning low in the academy. The young men have gone to their beds, their minds filled with logic and biology. But the old master is still awake. He is nearing 80 years old now. His hand shakes slightly when he holds the reed pen. He has spent a lifetime trying to build the perfect city with logic, trying to construct the Callipolis out of arguments and ethics. But in the twilight of his life, the poet inside him, the boy who once burned his tragedies to follow Socrates, wakes up for one final haunting performance. He realizes that logic is not enough. Sometimes, to make people understand the truth, you have to tell them a ghost story. And so, he dips his pen into the ink and begins to write the story of a nightmare. He writes the name, Atlantis. It is one of the strangest and most enduring legacies of his life. For 2,000 years, explorers, mystics, and con men will search the ocean floor for this city, convinced it is a real place lost to history. They will map the Atlantic, dive into the Mediterranean, and scan the ice of Antarctica. But they are looking in the wrong place. Atlantis does not exist on a map. It exists in the moral geography of Plato's soul. It is his final, terrified warning to the world. The story appears in two dialogues, the Timaeus and the unfinished Critias. Plato frames it as a true history, passed down through a chain of whispers. He claims his ancestor Solon heard it from the old priests of Sais in Egypt, the same priests who called the Greeks children. The priests told Solon of a time, 9,000 years before, when there was a mighty island power situated in front of the straits, which are by you called the Pillars of Hercules. The island was larger than Libya and Asia combined. It was the way to other islands, and from these you might pass to the whole of the opposite continent. It is a dizzying expansion of the world map. Plato is dreaming of America, dreaming of a world beyond the edge of the known. He describes the city with a sensory richness that borders on the obsessive. This is not the austere, barren barracks of the Republic. This is a fever dreams of engineering and excess. Atlantis was built in concentric circles of water and earth, 3 rings of water and 2 of land, connected by tunnels and bridges large enough for triremes to pass. The stone was quarried from the center of the island. one kind white, another black, and a third red. When built into walls, it created a natural striped beauty. But the Atlanteans were not satisfied with nature. They covered their walls with brass, tin, and a mysterious fiery metal called orichalcum that glowed red in the sunlight. Imagine the Temple of Poseidon at the center. It was a barbaric, glittering monstrosity covered in silver, with pinnacles of gold. Inside, the ceiling was ivory, variegated with gold, silver, and orichalcum. And there stood the statue of the god, standing in a chariot, driving 6 winged horses, so tall that his head touched the roof. Around him were 100 nereids on dolphins. It is a scene of overwhelming power. The island was rich in everything: timber, metals, spices, and animals. Even elephants, the largest and most voracious of beasts, roamed the marshes. It was a paradise of material wealth. It was the ultimate superpower. But Plato is not writing a travel brochure. He is writing a tragedy. The Atlanteans, he tells us, were the children of Poseidon. In the beginning, they possessed a divine element. They were obedient to the laws, gentle and wise. They despised wealth. They saw clearly that money is a burden that destroys friendship. They walked through their gold-plated palaces with indifference, caring only for virtue. But as the generations passed, the divine blood was diluted, mixed too often with mortal stock. The human nature, the appetite that Plato spent his life warning against, began to take over. They became arrogant. They became unseemly. To the eyes of the foolish, they looked glorious, filled with power and luxury. But to the eyes of the wise, they were rotting from the inside. They were drunk on hubris. They began to look outward. They gathered their vast fleets and marched on the rest of the world. They enslaved the peoples of Libya and Europe. They were an unstoppable wave of imperial ambition, threatening to swallow all freedom. This is the moment where the allegory bites. Atlantis is not just a fantasy. It is a mirror. It is the Athens of Pericles, the Athens of the Golden Age, the Athens that tried to conquer Sicily and lost its soul. Plato is showing his countrymen a monstrous version of themselves, an empire that gained the whole world but lost its divine spark. And who stood against this monster? Not a god, but a city, prehistoric Athens. In Plato's myth, the Athens of 9,000 years ago was the perfect state he described in the Republic. It was a city of modest farmers and warrior guardians living in communion. It had no gold walls. It had no elephants. But it had virtue. And in the war between the Golden Empire and the city of virtue, virtue won. The Athenians, alone and deserted by their allies, defeated the invaders. They liberated the enslaved. They proved that a handful of just men is stronger than a legion of greedy ones. But the story does not end with a parade. It ends with an apocalypse. But afterwards, the text reads, there occurred violent earthquakes and floods, and in a single day and night of misfortune, all your warlike men in a body sank into the earth, and the island of Atlantis, in like manner, disappeared in the depths of the sea. The ocean swallowed the pride of the world. The mud rendered the sea impassable. It is a terrifying image of divine judgment. The good is not passive. It crushes the wicked. There is a profound mystery surrounding the Critias. It is a fragment. The dialogue cuts off in mid-sentence. The narrative brings us to the moment of judgment. Zeus, the god of gods, seeing this noble race falling into baseness, decides to punish them. He gathers all the gods into his most holy habitation. He stands up to speak. The text reads, "And when he had gathered them there, he said," and that is it. The rest of the page is blank. The silence that follows that colon has lasted for 2,400 years. Did Plato die before he could finish it? Did he realize the story was too dangerous, too revealing? Or did he simply lose interest, realizing that the myth had done its work? The silence is, in its own way, the perfect ending. It leaves the thunderbolt hanging in the air forever. It leaves us waiting for the judgment that is always about to fall. Why does this old man's unfinished story haunt us so much? Why do we keep making movies and books about it? Because it touches the deepest nerve of the human experience, the feeling of a lost golden age. We all feel somewhere in our bones that we have been exiled from a better place. We all remember a time when the world was brighter, when we were closer to the gods. Plato gives that feeling a name. He gives it a geography. He tells us that the Garden of Eden wasn't just a garden. It was a city, and we drowned it with our own greed. In the quiet of the academy, the old man puts down his pen. The ink is still wet on the word said. He looks out at the night. He knows that Athens is fragile. He knows that the Macedonians are rising in the north, a new Atlantis of iron and pikes that threatens to swallow the Greek world. He has written his warning. He has shown them that empires that love gold more than truth will always sink. The water is always rising. The history of the world is a graveyard of unsinkable ships. He blows out the candle. The smell of wax and old papyrus fills the small room. He is done with myths. He has one last task to do, one last massive book to write. He has to write the laws for the real world, the world where cities don't sink in a day, but rot slowly over centuries. He has to leave the clouds and get down into the mud of legislation. The dreamer of Atlantis must become the lawyer of the laws. But tonight, as he sleeps, the ghost of the sunken city drifts through the olive grove, a shimmering golden phantom reminding the sleepers that everything they see, the temples, the statues, the walls, is just one earthquake away from becoming a legend. The sun has set on the glittering dream of the Republic. The philosopher kings have not arrived. The young tyrants have refused to learn geometry. The world has proven itself to be stubborn, chaotic, and resistant to the beautiful shapes of the ideal. Now, in the deep twilight of his life, Plato sits down to write one last time. He is an octogenarian now, his body frail, his eyes perhaps clouded with cataracts, but his mind is still grinding away at the problem of human coexistence. The scroll unrolling on his desk is not a poem. It is a code. This is the Laws, nomoi, his longest, densest, and most desperate work. If the Republic was a painting of a city in the clouds, the Laws is a blueprint for a fortress in the mud. It is the work of a man who has stopped trying to make men into gods and is now simply trying to keep them from becoming beasts. The setting of this final dialogue reflects the change in his soul. We are no longer in the bustling Piraeus or a sympotic dining room. We are on the hot, dusty road of Crete, walking from the city of Knossos to the cave of Zeus on Mount Ida. The characters are three old men, an unnamed Athenian stranger, Plato's thin disguise, a Spartan named Megillus, and a Cretan named Cleinias. They are walking slowly, seeking shade under the cypress trees, their joints aching, talking about how to build a new colony called Magnesia. The atmosphere is slow, pragmatic, and heavy with the wisdom of age. There is no Socrates here. The gadfly who stung the horse is gone, replaced by the Athenian stranger who wants to build a fence around the horse so it doesn't hurt itself. In this new city, there are no philosopher kings. Plato has realized that giving absolute power to one man, even a wise one, is a recipe for disaster. The mortal nature, he writes, will always urge him to grasping and self-interest. The trauma of Syracuse has healed into a scar of realism. Instead of a king, he installs the law. The law is the new tyrant, rigid, unbending, and supreme. In the Republic, he abolished private property and families for the guardians. In the laws, he brings them back, but he regulates them with a suffocating obsessiveness. He dictates the number of citizens, exactly 5,040 households, a number divisible by 59 divisors for easy administration. He dictates the layout of the streets. He dictates the music. He dictates the wine consumption. He even legislates the games children play, arguing that if you change the rules of children's games, you eventually change the laws of the state. It is the broken windows theory of policing applied to the human soul. To a modern reader, the laws can feel oppressive, a grumpy manifesto of an old man yelling at the world to slow down. He proposes a nocturnal council, a group of old men who meet at dawn to oversee the state, which sounds suspiciously like the Inquisition. He prescribes the death penalty for atheism. It is a far cry from the Socrates who died for free speech. But if we listen closely to the scratching of his pen, we hear something else. We hear love. It is not the romantic, fiery love of the symposium. It is the protective, terrified love of a grandfather. He has seen how easily societies collapse. He has seen the blood in the streets of Athens, the torture chambers of Syracuse, the mob rule of the assembly. He is trying to build a cage that is safe. He calls this the second best state. The best state is for gods. The second best is for humans who are flawed, greedy, and weak. It is an act of profound humility. He is admitting that the clay of humanity is too brittle to hold the shape of perfection. The prose of the laws is different too. It is not the sparkling, dramatic dialogue of his youth. It is dense, repetitive, and sermonizing. Scholars sometimes struggle to get through it. But there is a haunting beauty in its very tediousness. It is the sound of a man trying to plug every leak in the ship before he dies. He details the laws of marriage, the laws of inheritances, the laws of apiaries, beekeeping, the laws of assault. He is trying to leave nothing to chance. He knows that once he is gone, the silence will return, and he wants to leave a manual that covers every possible emergency. And yet, amidst the rigid rules, the old mystic still peeks through. He speaks of humans as puppets of the gods, dangling on golden cords of reason and iron cords of appetite. We jerk and dance, pulled by forces we don't understand. The law is just an attempt to help us follow the golden cord. He speaks of education not as job training, but as paideia, the molding of character from the cradle to the grave. He insists that the most important minister in the government is the minister of education. If you get the children right, the laws become unnecessary. If you get them wrong, the laws become useless. As the sun sets over the imaginary colony of Magnesia, and the three old men in the dialogue reach the cave of Zeus, Plato puts down his pen. The scroll is massive, 12 books long. It is a monument to his endurance. He has given his life to the question of justice. And in the end, he offers us a compromise. We cannot be perfect, he says, but we can be orderly. We cannot live in the sun, but we can build a well-lit house in the cave. The laws is not a betrayal of his dream. It is the safety net he wove to catch us when we fall from it. The broad-shouldered wrestler is too old to fight now, so he builds a wall instead. And behind that wall, he hopes, the fragile flower of civilization might just survive the coming winter. The city of Athens sleeps. The noisy debates of the assembly have faded into the silence of stone, and the merchants have packed away their wares. But in the garden of the academy, the universe is just beginning to open its eyes. Plato, now a man of 80 years, stands alone in the center of the grove. His back is bent, his hands are spotted with age, but his gaze is fixed upward, piercing the canopy of the plane trees to lock onto the vast wheeling architecture of the night sky. He is done with politics. He is done with the messy, disappointing business of trying to fix human cities. In his final years, his mind travels to a place where no tyrant can rule and no mob can riot. He travels to the cosmos. It is here, in the text known as the Timaeus, that he weaves his most difficult and beautiful tapestry, a theory of everything that will haunt the dreams of astronomers and mystics for 2,000 years. He asks the ultimate question: why is there something rather than nothing? And his answer is not a formula, but a song. The Timaeus is a strange beast. It is not a dialogue in the usual sense, where Socrates questions and dismantles. It is a monologue, a long, uninterrupted hymn delivered by a mysterious astronomer named Timaeus of Locri. He tells us a likely story, a myth that claims to be the best approximation of the truth our weak human minds can handle. He tells us that the universe is not a random accident. It is not a collision of atoms in the void, as the atomists claim. It is a work of art, and like all art, it requires an artist. Plato calls him the demiurge, the craftsman. This is not the omnipotent god of later monotheism, who snaps his fingers and creates the world out of nothing. The demiurge is more like a master sculptor working with difficult clay. He looks at the eternal, perfect world of forms, the blueprint, and then he looks at the chaotic, shifting mess of the physical world. And with infinite patience, he tries to force the mess to look like the blueprint. He imposes order on chaos. He persuades the darkness to become light. To explain how this works, Plato turns to his old love, geometry. He argues that the building blocks of matter are not vague substances, but precise mathematical shapes. He links the 4 elements to the 5 perfect solids he taught his students years ago. Fire is a tetrahedron, a pyramid with 4 faces, sharp, pointy, cutting. That is why fire hurts. It is literally stabbing you with millions of tiny geometric daggers. Earth is a cube, stable, flat, hard to move. That is why rocks sit still. Water is an icosahedron, 20 faces, roundish and slippery, flowing easily. Air is an octahedron. And the universe itself? It is a dodecahedron, the 12-faced sphere that encompasses all others. It is a vision of the world that is breathtakingly elegant. It suggests that if you could look deep enough into the heart of a stone or a flame, you wouldn't find mud or ash. You would find perfect triangles. The world is a math problem that solved itself. But the demiurge did not just build a statue. He built a living thing. This is the part of the story that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Plato tells us that the universe has a soul, the anima mundi, the world soul, The Creator took the mixture of being and becoming, stretched it out like a long strip of dough, cut it into harmonic intervals, the same ratios that govern music, and then bent it into circles. He set these circles spinning. The outer circle is the fixed stars, moving in the stately, perfect rhythm of the same. The inner circle is the planets, moving in the wandering, erratic rhythm of the different. The friction of these giant wheels turning against each other creates a sound. It is the music of the spheres. It is a chord so massive, so continuous, and so perfect that we cannot hear it. We are like fish who do not notice the water because we have been immersed in it since the moment of our birth. But the music is there. It is the hum of existence. Historians of science still argue about how literally Plato meant all this. Was he doing primitive physics? Or was he writing a theological poem? Johannes Kepler, the great astronomer of the 17th century, certainly took it seriously. He spent half his life trying to fit the solar system inside Plato's 5 solids, convinced that God was a Platonist. There is a gentle humor in imagining these brilliant men, separated by millennia, staring at the same sky and seeing triangles connecting the stars. It is the ultimate connect-the-dots game. But for Plato, the Timaeus is a source of profound comfort. If the universe is a living God, if it has a soul, then we are not alone in a cold void. We are cells in a giant body. We are notes in a giant song. Our little lives, our little tragedies in Athens or Syracuse are just tiny dissonances that will eventually be resolved into the great harmony. The sensory atmosphere of this cosmology is one of smooth, cold, metallic rotation. Plato describes time itself as a moving image of eternity. The planets are the clockwork mechanism that allows us to measure the decay of our own lives against the backdrop of the deathless. But there is warmth here too. The demiurge is not cruel. He is good. He was good, Plato writes, and in him, that is good, no envy ever arises regarding anything. He wanted everything to be as like himself as possible. He made the world because he wanted to share the joy of existence. It is a deeply optimistic view of reality. The world might look broken to us, down here in the mud, but that is only because we are looking at the backside of the tapestry. If we could see it from the demiurge's perspective, we would see the pattern. As the old man stands in the garden, feeling the dew settle on his cloak, he feels the turning of the great year. He knows that his own personal time is running out. The water clock is dripping its last drops. But he is not afraid. Why should he be? To die is simply to leave the realm of the different, the realm of change, decay, and confusion, and return to the realm of the same. It is to rejoin the star from which his soul was plucked before birth. He believes that every human soul has a companion star, a home base in the heavens. Life on Earth is just a business trip, a difficult assignment in a foreign land. Death is the voyage home. The shadows of the trees lengthen as the moon begins to set. The likely story of Timaeus fades into the silence of the night. It is a story that admits it might be wrong on the details, but claims to be right on the feeling. The universe is not a machine. It is a mind. It thinks. It sings. And tonight, as the city of Athens lies unconscious, dreaming its petty dreams of commerce and war, the old philosopher listens to the silence and hears the music. He hears the low, steady thrum of the earth, the high, clear whistle of Mars, the deep, resonant bell of Jupiter. He conducts the orchestra with a trembling hand. The geometry lesson is over. The concert has begun. And in the vast, rotating cathedral of the night, Plato finally finds the peace that the city could never give him. He is no longer an exile. He is part of the music. The year is 347 BCE. It is a year of endings. The great statesman Pericles has been dead for 80 years. Socrates for 52. The Golden Age is a memory, preserved in the amber of stories told by old men to bored grandchildren. And in the house near the academy, the last titan of that age is preparing to leave. Plato is 80 or 81 years old. His body, once the broad, muscular vessel of a wrestler, is now frail, a shell of parchment stretched over brittle bone. But the mind, the terrifying, beautiful engine that built the Republic and spun the cosmos, is still humming. Though perhaps the gears are turning slower, grinding against the inevitable friction of mortality. There is no dramatic execution here, no hemlock cup, no prison cell filled with weeping friends. There is only the quiet, insistent arrival of a fever. It comes not as an enemy, but as a guest. A warm, heavy blanket pulled up to the chin, signaling that the banquet is over and it is time to sleep. Tradition offers us two different endings for the philosopher, and both are perfect in their own way. One story says he died in his sleep, pen in hand, working on a final revision of the Republic. But the other story, the one that feels more human, more sensory, tells us that he died at a wedding feast. Imagine the scene. A crowded room in Athens, filled with the noise of celebration, the smell of roasted meat, the clinking of wine cups. The noise is too much for the old man. He feels the heat rising in his blood, a dizziness that makes the room tilt. He excuses himself. He retires to a quiet, darkened room nearby to rest while the party continues without him. It is the ultimate Platonic metaphor. The philosopher leaves the noisy feast of the senses to seek the silence of the infinite. As he lies on the bed, drifting in and out of consciousness, a young Thracian girl is playing the flute in the courtyard outside, or perhaps in the corner of the room, hired to entertain the guests. The sound of the reed instrument floats through the air, a simple, rustic melody. And here, even at the very door of death, the master cannot help himself. He is still the critic. He is still the man who wanted to ban the wrong kind of music from the ideal city. According to a biographer, Plato stirs in his fever, lifting a trembling finger to tap out the beat. He whispers that she is playing the wrong mode. Perhaps she is playing the soft, mournful Lydian, when she should be playing the steady, courageous Dorian. It is a moment of profound, gentle humor. The man is dying. The universe is opening up to receive him, and he is still correcting the rhythm section. He is a teacher to the last breath. He wants the world to be in tune before he leaves it. But soon, the sound of the flute fades. The room dissolves. The fever takes him by the hand and leads him down the long corridor of memory. In this final dream, the chronology of his life collapses. He is no longer an old man in 347 BCE. He is everything he ever was, all at once. He feels the grit of the wrestling bit in his teeth. He smells the salt air of the ship taking him to Sicily. He hears the scratching of the reed pen on the papyrus. He sees the faces of the people he loved and lost. Dion, with his intense, tragic eyes. Archytas, holding a geometric shape in the sunlight. Theaetetus, the brilliant boy who died too young. They are not ghosts. They are forms. They are the perfect versions of themselves. stripped of age and pain, waiting for him on the other side of the river. Scholars and historians often argue about whether Plato believed in a personal afterlife or just the absorption of the soul back into the cosmic math. But in this final moment, the arguments don't matter. The myth he told in the Phaedo, that the soul travels to a place of judgment and then chooses a new life, feels less like a story and more like a memory of the future. He wonders, with a flicker of old curiosity, what he will choose next. Will he come back? Or has he finally learned enough to break the cycle? Has he climbed the ladder all the way to the top? The sensation of dying, for a man who spent 80 years practicing for it, is strangely familiar. He called philosophy meleti thanatou, practice for death. He spent his life trying to separate his soul from the distractions of his body. He tried to ignore the hunger, the cold, the desires of the flesh, so that his mind could fly free. Now, the separation is happening for real. It does not feel like a tearing. It feels like a release. It feels like taking off a heavy, wet cloak after a long winter journey. The body tomb, Soma Sema, is opening. The prisoner in the cave is finally, truly being unchained. As the fever peaks, the vision shifts. He is back in the prison cell with Socrates. But the cell is not dark. It is filled with the blinding light of the good. Socrates is there, but he is not the ugly old man with the snub nose. He is radiant. He is smiling. He holds out a cup, but it is not hemlock. It is nectar. He speaks, not in words, but in pure thought. "Well done, Aristocles," the voice says. "You saved me. You wrote me down. You made me eternal." The guilt that Plato carried for 50 years, the guilt of the survivor, the guilt of the student who couldn't save his master, evaporates. He realizes that the writing was not a betrayal, it was a bridge. He built a bridge of words so strong that it carried both of them across the abyss of centuries. The Thracian girl's flute plays one last long note. The rhythm doesn't matter anymore. The modes don't matter. All music is just an echo of the silence, and he is entering the silence now. The geometry of the room softens. The hard angles of the walls, the square of the window, the circle of the lamp, they all melt into the one. The many become the one. The chaos of Athens, the noise of the wedding feast, the arguments of the academy, it all recedes into a distant hum, like the sound of the ocean heard from a high cliff. Historians tell us that when he died, Athens did not mourn him with the wild, daring grief of a tragedy. They mourned him with a solemn, reverent hush. He was not a politician who promised them bread. He was a sage who promised them truth. Philip of Macedon is marching in the north. The world is changing. The classical age is ending. But in the quiet room, the breath of the philosopher slows, hitches, and stops. The chest, once so broad it gave him his name, settles into stillness. The broad-shouldered one has put down his burden. Outside, the sun begins to rise over Mount Hymettus, the same sun that he used as a metaphor for God. It paints the Parthenon in rose and gold. It wakes the birds in the olive grove of the academy. The students will wake up soon. They will find the bed empty of life, but the scrolls stacked on the desk are full of it. Aristotle will cry, though he will try to hide it with logic. Speusippus will panic about the administration. But for now, in the split second between the last heartbeat and the first moment of eternity, Plato is finally seeing it. He is seeing the thing he spent 80 years squinting at through the shadows. He sees the triangle that never breaks. He sees the justice that never wavers. He sees the face that has no shadow. The dream of life is over. The reality has begun. The morning after the funeral, the sun rises over the olive grove just as it has for 40 years. But the quality of the light seems different. It falls on a fresh mound of earth, located not in the grand cemetery of the Kerameikos among the generals and heroes, but right here, in the garden, among the students and the statues of the muses. Plato is buried where he lived. The sensory atmosphere of the academy shifts from the tension of a waiting room to the heavy, hollow silence of a house where the father is gone. The students move quietly, their sandals making no sound on the dirt paths. They look at the empty chair in the exedra, the semicircular bench where he used to sit, and dismantle their arguments with a smile. The center of gravity has vanished. The sun is still there, but the orbit feels wobbly. Then comes the reading of the will. It is a startlingly brief, practical document for a man who spent his life thinking about the infinite. He leaves the farm to his nephew, Adimantus. He leaves 3 minas of silver to a potter named Euclid, not the geometer. He frees a slave named Diana. He lists his debts. It is a grounding reminder that even the man who saw the eternal forms still had bills to pay and pots to buy. But the one thing he does not leave, because he cannot, is his genius. The question of succession hangs over the school like a storm cloud. By all rights of intellect, the mantle should fall to the mind of the school, the brilliant, ring-wearing, lisping Aristotle from the north. He is the only one who can carry the weight. But Athens is still a city of laws and prejudices. Aristotle is a metic, a foreigner. He cannot legally own the land, and so the keys to the kingdom are handed to Speusippus, Plato's nephew, a man of middling talent but excellent bloodline. It is the first great tragedy of the post-Plato world. The academy, the fortress of reason, succumbs to the shadow of nepotism. Aristotle does not make a scene. He does not burn the library. He simply packs his bags. The separation is one of the most poignant moments in intellectual history. The student who loved the master leaves the house the master built, taking his biological specimens and his logic scrolls with him. He heads first to Assos, then to Lesbos, and finally to the court of Philip of Macedon to tutor a wild young prince named Alexander. The stream of philosophy splits into 2 rivers. One remains in the grove, turning inward, becoming mystical and mathematical. The other flows out into the world, marching with armies, categorizing rivers, and conquering empires. Plato has died, but he has undergone binary fission, and outside the walls of the garden, the world does not stop to mourn. The cave remains exactly as he described it. The shadows on the wall continue their frantic dance. Just 9 years after Plato's death, the independence of the Greek city-states is crushed forever at the Battle of Chaeronea. The Macedonian phalanxes, led by the father of Aristotle's student, smash the armies of Athens and Thebes. The democracy that killed Socrates is finally silenced, not by a philosopher king, but by a soldier king. The political dream of the Republic is dead. No perfect city will ever be built in Greece. The corruption, the noise, the violence, it all grinds on, indifferent to the fact that the man who understood it best is sleeping under the soil a few miles away. But here is the miracle. The academy does not fall with the city. While the walls of Athens are breached and the governments change from democracy to oligarchy to monarchy, the garden remains. It becomes a kind of time capsule, a sovereign state of the mind. For 900 years, a span of time that is almost impossible to grasp, scholars will continue to walk under those plane trees. Romans will come, Cicero will come, walking the paths with reverence, picking up a ghost sensation of the master's presence. The academy becomes the lighthouse of the ancient world. While the seas of history churn with chaos, the light in the grove keeps burning. It turns out that Plato was right about one thing. The idea is stronger than the stone. The physical city of Athens is sacked by Sulla, looted by Nero, and stripped by Goths. But the idea of the academy, the idea that truth is worth pursuing for its own sake, cannot be sacked. It is bulletproof. Yet, there is a melancholy to this survival. The later heads of the academy will drift far from Plato's original fire. They will become skeptics, doubting everything. Then they will become mystics, turning Plato into a religious prophet. The clear, sharp geometry of the early days is slowly covered in the ivy of interpretation. The ghost of Socrates becomes fainter and fainter until he is just a literary character in a book nobody reads aloud anymore. The students recite the words, but they forget the music. As the centuries roll by in this fast-forward montage, we see the olive trees grow gnarled and thick, dying and being replaced by their own shoots. We see the statues weather, their marble noses smoothing away under the rain. The cave of the world gets darker. The Roman Empire rises, turning the Mediterranean into a lake of commerce and crucifixion. A new religion rises from the east, speaking of a different kind of Son of God, a different kind of Logos. But strangely, this new faith does not reject the old philosopher. It absorbs him. The early church fathers read Plato and say, "This man was a Christian before Christ." They take his world of forms and call it heaven. They take his demiurge and call him the Father. They take the immortality of the soul and make it a dogma. Plato did not build his republic on earth, but he built the scaffolding for the Western mind. Even as the lights go out in Europe and the Dark Ages descend, the fragments of his thought are sewn into the lining of the cloaks of monks and mystics, carried like secret seeds through the winter of civilization. The body is gone. The school will eventually close. But the ghost has escaped the room. He is everywhere now. The final candle flickers and dies in the year 529 AD. It is a date that marks the official end of the ancient world more definitively than any battle or sack. The Christian Emperor Justinian, ruling from Constantinople, issues a decree forbidding the teaching of pagan philosophy. He views the academy not as a lighthouse, but as a stronghold of demons, a place where old men still pour wine to gods who have been dead for centuries. And so soldiers, or perhaps just bureaucrats, arrive at the grove. The gates are locked. The property is seized. The endowment, which had been managed carefully for nearly 900 years, is confiscated. The last 7 philosophers, the 7 sages, led by Damarcius and Simplicius, pack their scrolls and flee east to the court of the Persian king, seeking asylum. It is a scene of supreme melancholy, the last embers of Greek reason being carried into the desert night, shielding their small flames against the wind of a new orthodoxy. The physical lineage of Plato, the chain of teachers and students that stretched unbroken from the wrestling pit of Aristocles to the twilight of the Roman Empire, is finally snapped. But if Plato taught us anything, it is that the physical is the least important part of reality. The wood of the academy rots. The olive trees are cut down for firewood. The statues are burned for lime or toppled by earthquakes. The physical city of Athens shrinks until it is a dusty village of goat herds living in the ruins of giants. But the idea, the eidos, does not die. It does precisely what Plato said the soul does. It migrates. It sheds the heavy body of the institution and becomes pure spirit. It travels into the scriptoriums of Baghdad, where Islamic scholars translate the Timaeus and the Republic into Arabic, marveling at the divine Plato. It travels to the monasteries of Ireland, where monks copy the dialogues onto vellum, illuminating the margins with Celtic knots that resemble the intricate logic of the arguments. It travels to Florence in the 1400s, where a new academy is founded, and candles are lit once again before the bust of the master. He becomes the ghost in the machine of the West. You cannot think without bumping into his furniture. When you talk about ideal love, you are a Platonist. When you talk about the soul being separate from the body, you are a Platonist. When you trust a mathematical formula to build a bridge, believing that numbers are realer than steel, you are a Platonist. As the British philosopher Alfred North Whitehead will later say, the safest general characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato. He is not just a writer. He is the atmosphere. He is the invisible geometry of our minds. The broad-shouldered wrestler has pinned history to the mat. In the final analysis, Plato's life was a tragedy that gave birth to a triumph. He failed to save Socrates. He failed to save Athens. He failed to turn Dionysius into a king. He failed to build the Callipolis, but in failing to build the city of stone, he built the city of God. He gave humanity a destination. Before him, the world was a chaotic fight for survival, a place of shadows and appetites. After him, there was an up. Okay, there was a direction. There was the possibility that if we climbed high enough, if we thought hard enough, if we loved pure enough, we could break through the cloud cover and see the sun. Now we zoom out. The camera of our narrative pulls back, higher and higher. We see the olive grove of the academy, now just a park in a modern city where cars drive past and tourists take photos. We see the shape of Greece, the jagged coastline of the Mediterranean, the blue line of the sea that carried him to Egypt and Sicily. We see the curve of the earth, the sphere that he described in the Timaeus. We see the planets moving in their silent harmonic circles. The noise of history, the wars, the shouts of the tyrants, the scratching of pens, fades into a hum. The man Aristocles is long gone. The bones are dust, but the form remains. Somewhere in the place beyond the heavens that he described in the Phaedrus, the argument is still going on. Socrates is still asking questions. Diotima is still climbing the ladder. The geometric shapes are still spinning in perfect, frictionless silence. It is a place of absolute peace, because it is a place of absolute clarity. There are no shadows there. There is no becoming, no aging, no dying. There is only being. It is the world you have been looking for every time you felt that the real world was not enough. It is the home you have missed without ever having visited. And now, the story returns to you, the listener, the traveler in the dark. You have walked with him from the wrestling school to the prison cell, from the slave market to the stars. You have seen the cave and the sun. The journey is complete. The scroll is rolled up. The dialogue is finished. The last question has been asked, and the answer is silence. A silence not of emptiness, but of fullness. A silence that holds everything. The good is watching over you, just as the sun watches over the earth, indifferent, warm, and eternal. You do not need to understand it all tonight. The forms will still be there in the morning. They do not change. You can rest now. The geometry of the universe is holding you up. The music of the spheres is playing a lullaby that is too deep to hear, but your soul knows the rhythm. The philosopher has stopped writing. The book is closed. The candle is out. The form is perfect. The camera stops moving. The light softens to a deep, velvety indigo. We are no longer in Athens, no longer in the past. We are here, in the quiet sanctuary of the present moment. The centuries have folded back into themselves, leaving only the stillness of the night, the voices of the sophists, the cries of the crowds, the scratching of the reed pens. They have all drifted away like smoke. You are safe in the cave of sleep. But this is not a cave of ignorance. It is a cave of rest. The shadows here are friendly. They are merely the curtains drawn against the glare of the day, allowing the mind to cool and the spirit to recover. Plato would tell you that sleep is not an absence of life, but a return to the source. It is the moment when the soul, tired of the heavy, clumsy body, slips loose for a few hours to wander in the realm of dreams, touching the edges of the eternal. Let the heavy cloak of history fall from your shoulders. You do not need to carry the weight of the Republic tonight. You do not need to solve the riddle of the universe. The triangle is perfect, whether you think about it or not. The stars will turn in their courses without your help. The good is a steady, silent gravity that holds you safe in your bed. Feel the support beneath you, solid, real, grounding. Let your breathing slow down to match the rhythm of the tides, the rhythm of the seasons, the rhythm of the spheres. In and out, being and becoming. The argument is over. The peace is here. Drift now. Drift past the pillars of Hercules, past the sunken city, past the white walls of Syracuse. Drift into the deep, dark ocean of the night, where all distinctions dissolve. The philosopher has put down his lamp. The gardener has left the grove. The trees are whispering a final blessing over you. Everything is as it should be. The world is resting, and you are part of the music. Sweet dreams.